We have the NPC, Engineer Belanye, the National Project Coordinator for Trimming. Please, round of applause. Thank you, sir. We've got Engineer Hawa Sadiq, the Deputy Director, Irrigation and Drainage. Thank you, ma. And we've got the resource personnel. We have Dr. Mohammed Maina from BUK. Round of applause, please, over there. Thank you very much, sir. We have Professor Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, and thank you very much, our colleagues, and our chairman, sorry, please. We have our chairman, the young professional. Please, thank you very much. So we welcome you all to this great day for the young professionals, and our theme is application of geospatial system AI for sustainable irrigated agriculture. With no more further ado, I would like to call on Engineer Mrs. E. Oluni for her opening remarks and declaration of this workshop, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma.
Let me appreciating our Honorable Minister, Engineer Professor Joseph Talum, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, and he is the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. I also want to acknowledge our Permanent Secretary, Sir Richard Filangwa. The two of them has given us the platform to come together and host this youth professional program today. Here present today, I acknowledge the National Project Coordinator of Engineer Ikwelaye Olaya, the Deputy Director in the Department of Irrigation and Drainage, Engineer Mrs. And the Secretary, Engineer Achibong Neon. I acknowledge the present resource persons, starting from the Chairman, Technical Committee for the planning of the 6th African Regional Conference in person of Engineer Professor Henry Igbadu, as well as, can you clap for them? As well as his support hand, the assistant, Engineer Professor Musa from ABTU Bauchi. Engineer Professor Igbadu is from Zaria, the Research Institute in Zaria. I also acknowledge Dr. Mohammed Minan from Kano. Is it Kano State University? BUK, yes, Bayero. BUK. Here, our technical team, the event manager, all the dignitaries present here today. It is a privilege for me to committee ceremony taking place today, the 11th day of April, year 2025. The program will be taking place from today, 11th, as we are aware, to 13th April. And they will also have a session in the evening of 15th Tuesday. There will be a panel session on that 15th of April. That's next week. But the main event, the 6th Africa Regional Conference, is commencing on Monday, 14th April, year 2025, at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center. Looking at the theme of the program for the youth, application of geospatial system and AI for sustainable irrigated agriculture. We have come of age to deploy all forms of technology that will not only enable us to produce food and then produce enough both for our consumption and for export to earn foreign exchange, thereby improving our economy. But we need to improve on the various technologies deployed in doing so. Geospatial system is one of the key instruments that we need to use, in improving our irrigation and drainage practices, not only in Nigeria, but throughout Africa and even other nations of the world. Let me express that this technology is not absolutely or completely new in Nigeria. Already at Kano River irrigation system, this particular tool is being used, whereby the farmers have been fully aware of this technology, and each farmer's portion of land have been digitized, have been georeferenced, and each farmer knows the boundary, of his own farm. So there is no trespass. If you are a farmer, that project, you know that this is the extent to which your land is reaching. And this is made possible by our own TRIMI, Transforming Irrigation Management Project. It's one of the things that they have achieved, one of the programs that they have achieved on the various projects that they intervened, namely in Kano River Irrigation System, Bakaro Irrigation System, Dadinkowa Irrigation System, Adija Valley Irrigation System, others that has to do with renovation of dam or dam safety and so on. So coming here, today to start this conference, we are in for a good, and I want all the youths to concentrate and get all that the resource persons will be coming on board with to tell us. We are not here because we don't have anything to do or we are idle. We are here to add knowledge, to improve our knowledge base towards enhancing irrigated agriculture more positively, to increase the food that is being produced through irrigation and drainage operation, maintenance of our projects, and deploy the knowledge right from the inception of any project that we are doing. We can integrate this particular tool to them from the beginning, not even incorporating. So on behalf of the Nigerian dish out of their knowledge to impart both the youth and as many as will come here. Every youth will go home, to go and do the needful. Don't hide the knowledge to be gained. Don't fold hands and be waiting for the distant future, because before you can employ, gain and drainage, you can let us know quickly. I'm happy that some more youths and other officers will be coming very soon. And added to that, we are happy that this program is not only domiciled in local content. We have people from different parts of Africa. Some will be arriving this night, while some will be arriving tomorrow. So for those of you around, don't even say, why we have them very soon. I'm not sure this place contains everyone. So we pray that all our people coming in from Burkina Faso, from Niger, and other West Africa.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for our admirable director. That was an explicit explanation on the theme of today. Um, okay, we call on the National Project Coordinator of Trimin, Engineer Ibelanye Olaniye. Sorry about that, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Ipinlaye Olaiya because she was trying to bite her tongue. So let me call my name by myself. Yeah, I'm standing on the already established protocol. And let me start by saying it is my pleasure to be invited for this occasion. When I saw the topic of consideration, I look at it that the chairman of the young professional, maybe the topic comes from him because it links directly with what we are doing in the TRIMI project. He is the project engineer, the special duty on TRIMI project. So he knows much about what we are doing. So when I saw the topic, I was thinking it comes from him. I know he's going to have an input. Yeah, the use of geospatial information for sustainable irrigation also at a glance identify information about a particular plot of land. It also gives you an idea of the quantity of water required by a particular farm based on the type of crops that he. It also when you are able to have an information within your farm, it also gives room for conflict resolution. You will not be intruding to somebody's farm. So by that, and also look at the effect of climate change that all of us are witnessing here. So you have to manage your water in a sustainable manner. It also gives us room to coordinate the activities related to water resources management. And I want to implore the participants, though all of because the moment you are still learning, it means you are young in that. So which means all of us are still young professionals. So I want to implore the participants to be very acquainted with the topic, listen very well, make use of it, and we are also open for any information that may be required by participants. So at the end of the day, it will also give, enlarge our food security in the country, because that is where all agenda, either transformation agenda or any form of agenda, that is where it's tending to. And as we do so, we pray that Nigeria will be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. He said we should manage our water in a sustainable manner. Thank you very much, sir, Engineer Ibelanye. We'll have our chairman, the young professional, to come and give us a brief on what this young professional entails. Engineer Abdullah. Thank you. Oh, sorry. No, sorry, madam. That was a mistake. Thank you.
Good morning. Um, uh, Let me try to align with the established protocol. Uh, our our able director, our mommy, uh, engineer Mrs. Esther Oluni, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineer, um, the National Project Coordinator Trimming Project, Engineer Ipinlae Olaiya, Engineer Mrs. Hawa Sadiq, our new irrigation specialist for the Spain project, our most respected host persons, and the chairman technical committee, Professor Igbadu. Yeah. The Young Professional Forum has existed as old as NINSEAD itself. But most recently, 2019 specifically, the Young Professional Forum was inaugurated. The inauguration was informed by the resolution during the fourth World Water Forum in Indonesia. The objective at that time was to get this national, the young professional forums of the various national committees to be active. Clearly, there was a period of some redundancy, and then the ICID felt they need to push the national committees to get these young professionals to be active. And so they mandated all the national committees to go ahead and inaugurate new ESCOs that will move the forum forward, so that the ultimate objective and mission of the ICID of mentoring young professionals to take over from the ICID leadership. I think that was during the 72nd Executive Council, meaning in the last 72 years, there has been an Executive Council that is taking place. I think last year we had the 75th Executive Council. You will believe me that the people that started ICID at that time, I mean, if this visionary approach was not adopted, we probably will have nobody to take over from them today. And this is the whole idea of the Young Professional Forum. So after the inauguration, we started mobilizing the membership. At the moment, we have over 200 active participants, especially on our platform. Of course, our activities are mainly web-based, and we're utilizing the various social media platforms. That has enabled us to interact, network, and hold seminars, workshops. And of course, it has offered opportunities for most of us to participate in international workshops, just like the one we're having now. Well, it looked as if we will not have it because of the difficulties we experienced during the preparations. And Alhamdulillah, today we are here, and we're expecting quite, like my director mentioned earlier, We're expecting international participants from Niger, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Cotonou, Benin Republic, and of course, as the leads keep coming in, we're in touch with the planner on how to get more people to participate. And of course, this was possible because of the intervention of the Trimming Project, who had graciously supported 10 number participants from the international participants. We had to narrow that to the West African sub-region because of the urgency and of course the visa delays that we might have experienced if we had opened it to the other regions. So please, we need to appreciate the Trimming Project for that, please. To just round up, we'll be having this workshop for 3 days, which is starting today, and it will be ending on the 13th of April with the field visits. We are hoping that by the time all the participants from the other we are expecting arrive, and the conference that will hold having a youth panel discussion, we had to move that because we wanted a full complement of those discussants to capture all especially the international participants that are coming in. I remember I wanted to mention this earlier to the chairman technical committee who has been guiding us, but I needed additional courage to do that because I knew what will follow is that we have not planned very well. And well, that is true. At some point, I even have to tell him that I don't have his feet because he keeps telling me that he's standing on his feet and I need to do the same. I said, yeah, but I don't have your feet, but we will try our best. And by the grace of God, we are having this, and inshallah, everything is moving as planned. So thank you very much for the opportunity for, giving us this opportunity to even prepare for this international workshop. And I know that there will be more better, and I know we'll do things differently maybe in future if we have this opportunity to plan for a similar event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Young Professional, Engineer Abdul. Thank you very much for people that made this happen. The Director, Federal Ministry of Water Resources Irrigation, the Trimming Project. We thank you so much for the opportunity. Now we'll call on Engineer Hawa Sadiq for her goodwill message. Ma, please. Thank you. Round of applause as she makes her way here.
Good morning, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. The Director, Department of Irrigation and Drainage, Engineer Mrs. Oluni Oyeronke Esther, FNSC. Good morning, Ma. It's my privilege, once again, to be part of this program for the young professionals. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all young professionals in irrigated agriculture attending the 6th Africa Regional Conference happening here in Nigeria. Your participation to this is very important at this time. Your participation and contributions are very crucial to the success of this event, and we are excited to see the innovative ideas and perspectives you will bring to the table. We believe that the future of we believe that the future of agriculture and irrigation in Nigeria, irrigation and drainage in Nigeria, lies with the young professionals. So we are providing and we are committed to providing a platform for you to share your experiences, learn from experts, and network with your peer group from Nigeria and other parts of the country. We wish you a productive and enriching experience at the conference. We look forward to seeing the impact you will make in the field of irrigated agriculture. So you are to feel free to modify it to fit your specific needs. You have all it takes. You have the expertise of our leaders who are here to assist you. So on behalf of myself and Department of Irrigation and Drainage, I wish you success in this event. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Round of applause for that warm and awesome goodwill message by Engineer Howard. Thank you very much, ma. We are calling on Engineer Inifong Achibong, the Secretary of the Young Professional, to come give a vote of thanks. Please, a round of applause as she makes her way here. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Standing on the existing protocol, on behalf of the Nigerian Young Professional Forum, we want to appreciate our able leaders for their immense support. And our appreciation goes to the chairperson, in person of engineer Mrs. E.O. Oluniyi, for our continuous support. Being the way ought to be. We thank the project coordinator of trimming for his support and sponsorship towards bringing the international participants to participate in this program, and also Engineer Awa. Even in a short notice, she was able to grace this occasion. We thank you, ma'am. And we also thank our resource personnel, Professor Igbadun, and the other profs that are here present to take us on lectures. We thank our colleagues, engineers from the department, and the technical people from the department. And we are looking forward to a successful event. We hope that at the end of this, we all will be able to be impacted and also transfer the knowledge to others. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much, the Secretary of Young Professional, Engineer Inifong. Thank you so much. We'll be having a photograph, a group photograph, while we wait for our tea break. We'll go for a tea break once we are done with the photograph, please. Can we stand in here? Okay, outside. Okay, please, let's go outside. Thank you very much. Yes, exactly. I think there is a banner. That would be fine. Yes, time. Please, everybody, the young professionals. Ah, my Raj. Yes, please. Thank you.
outside? Do we need to take outside? Huh? Is it okay?
He's ready. Please, let's go for a tea break once we are done. Tea break, please. Thank you.
Sure, sure. you from Zambia? No, sir. I said no. Why do you answer quickly?
Sure, 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 sure. Hello T, hello T, hello T, hello T, hello T. My check T, my check T. Hello T, hello T, hello T. Hello T. Hello T. Testing. Hello T. Testing. My check T.
two, 1, 2. Okay, it's ready. So, okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice tea break. Okay. Um, we'll start with the lecture. Are you? My Marrakesh brother, are you ready? Okay, we'll be starting with the first section, innovative irrigation technologies, exploring the latest advancement in drip irrigation, sprinkler system, and smart irrigation technology by Professor Henry Ibadu, ABU Zaria, Nigeria, will take us on this. Please, we expect you all to sit and understand what this course is all about, can help us in moving our agriculture forward.
All right, so it's already noon, so I'll say good afternoon to you. It's easier since I have you all seated that way. And this is the first topic in the series of topics that will be taken in this few days workshop. So I want to appreciate the leaders, especially the executive of the African Young Water Professional Forum. It's good that you've been able to put this together. I want to appreciate you for being here. All right, so let's begin. Media. All right, let's begin. It's a workshop, and so it's more of a training. We'll do our best to carry every one of you along in this. It's about irrigation technology, and particularly looking at innovative technology and exploring latest advancement, emphasis on drip, on sprinkler, and then other tools to address the issue of what has become the, permit me to use one word, a vogue in the system, smart irrigation technology. Now, at the end of this discussion, these are the few things I want you to learn. So permit me, I could out of the pulpit, I could come close to you as possible. So I could even come to you asking questions, asking you to respond. All right, so now I want you to come to terms with what I regard as paradigm shift in irrigation water management, so that we can produce more crop as access to water is diminishing. Access to water diminishing because of increased competition for water, and particularly water for irrigation. As population increases, more people need water. Beside agriculture, there are other areas and other population that need water. So the competition is on the increase, and there is pressure on agriculture to use less water for crop production. And this is particularly on irrigation, irrigated agriculture. So that shift has come to terms with the challenges associated with this shift, the tools that we could deploy to increase efficiencies, which is the key issue. Particularly how to become smarter in irrigation and drainage practices. All right? So maybe the first thing we may just come to terms with first is concept of irrigation. What is it? Very simple for us to come to terms with. Any effort deliberately made to add water to a growing medium, whether it be soil, in a large farm, in a pot, by your house. Some of you grow flowers. Any conscious effort to add water to that crop growing medium to enable the crop to grow and produce, that is irrigation. Hello? Are we together? That which you even do in your house. You wake up in the morning, you have some set of flowers around your house, and then you go maybe pick a bowl and take water, and you start wetting those crops. Or even your lawns, your garden, you are practicing irrigation. So let's come to terms with that. So then when this is done to enhance nutrient availability for plant, that is irrigation. And because the nutrient need to be in a soluble form for the plant root to take. So those measures you take, you are irrigating your field. So if you get some soil by some improvised means, and your effort is to make the crop to grow well, that effort of putting water is irrigation. All right. So with that at the back of our mind, we can then quickly carry on with this. Hey, are we there? Are we all here? Okay, that's good. Now, for many years, we had always think that irrigation is practice where there is either no rainfall or low rainfall. That's been the concept for many years. And that's why in some regions of the world where they have high rainfall, or let's even come home, for example, in Nigeria, in the southern part of the country where you have a lot of rainfall, you hear people say, what do we need irrigation for? In Nigeria, it's assumed it's only the northern part of Nigeria that, practice irrigation, or that irrigation is important. That opinion is not wrong. But we're trying to say here now that the world system had moved, and our understanding have moved beyond that level. Irrigation can be practiced anywhere. It's just a matter of what form of irrigation that you practice. As far as to the riverine, irrigation can be practiced. There are different kinds of irrigation and different approach you can give to ensure that if you go back to the definition I gave to you, understanding irrigation to simply means the crop field, you are practicing irrigation. And again, we also, for many, that you can irrigate any crop. You can. All that is important is to know the type of crop to grow based on the weather, the climatic condition of the area. Once you align the crop growth to the climate of the area, it can be irrigated. So we can irrigate crops, all crops, trees, tree crops, annual crops. You can irrigate any kind of crop. So I'm taking my time on this because I want it to sink into your mind, sink into your system. Because there must be a paradigm shift. And your generation needs to shift, needs to come along with it, with what we are saying now, so that we can ensure food security. The population of the world will never go down. This world system is such that more people are born than the number of people that dies. That's why the population will keep increasing. Besides, there are other extraneous factors that is militating against food production to meet up with the population that we currently have and the population that will keep increasing. So we must get dynamic, and irrigation holds a very strong key. Now, with all of this, we can move forward. Irrigation has actually evolved. There's a lot of evolution. A lot of outdated. Take you back here. Flooding of fields. This is actually not showing, okay? But they are labeled. Flooding fields, practicing field border system. They are still very much practiced. In fact, these are still very dominant. There are statistics that shows that all over the world, the system of irrigation is almost 60 to 70%. Still what goes on in some other different part, the percentage differs from one part of the world to another. Now, but the issue is, again, all of these systems have their limitation. A very big limitation here, permit me now, I'm going to be running fast because of time. It is that more water is used in this system of irrigation than required. Now, with issue of climate change, it has also become obvious that with the addition of you flood field like this, and these are fields also that you apply fertilizer and even organic manure, this system generates a lot of methane that goes into the atmosphere and increase, enhance carbon greenhouse gases. So there is their need to also begin to find a way of shifting. This system uses water more than is even required by crops. So, but then they are still on. Now, again, apart from flooding, sprinkler irrigation system had also evolved. For example, I wish this is sharp enough for you to see. Okay. All right, the first image there. Whatever going on. This very first image there. That's sprinkler irrigation going on. Yes. And there are places where that is still being done till date in this world. There are places where, vast field, irrigated, people, you have wells. I've worked in such field before, between 2020 and 2022 into 2022. I've worked in such field before where people fetch, they have wells all over and use buckets to fetch and sprinkle on their field. And they do it with all strength. They do it with all joy. Okay, permit me, when I see an elder walking, I can take a break and recognize him. Please, can we welcome our father, Engineer I.K. Musa. Please, can we all stand up? You are welcome, sir. Permit me to do this. He is a father of irrigation in Nigeria. So you're welcome, sir. Thank you. Let's hear your hand better. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for finding time to join us here. Thank you, sir. All right, so let's go on, and I'm going to run faster than, the pace at which I started to gain time. All right, so sprinkler irrigation has also gradually evolved. So from the calabash, bucket, or what you call manual irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, we've moved to, permit me, I wish this can point sharp enough, but okay, you have an image up there that you see, that's a central pivot system. And then you even have these images you see here. These are gun sprinklers. These are gun sprinklers. They are called gun sprinklers because they take the shape of a gun. And with high pressure, I have this one there, and it could go 25 meter. It could shoot 25 meter, and it goes round. So all you need to do is to move it from one spot to another. And then what you see at the other end there, those are sprinklers also. And then you could see the short interval there, and they sprinkle your field. There are also other, forms of involvement. You now have, for example, rain hose or rain tubes. Some of the images you see as we go on in this class. But we're just looking at the evolution. And then you now have move from sprinklers, then you're having drip systems. You have drip systems and surface, drip lines, and subsurface. Okay, we're going to do a bit of this because the subject is on innovations of drip and all that. But so here, we're just looking at the evolution. All right, let's go faster. And then what is common now going on is what I call homestead micro-irrigation system. Last bit there are some of done. So you have, that's a plastic, the normal, this is your bottle that you see there. And all that is needed, permit me, let me use one of these, is just have a hole. You can drill a hole this way, and the other, have it inserted into the soil, filled with water. And this we've advanced by cutting it so that you have a normal flow, a continuous flow into the system. And that setup gave birth to this, the crop going by it. And then this one, we use clay pot. We made clay pot. The pots are not glazed, so the surface is not rough. And they were locally fabricated. And then fill them with water and cover the surface, and you have crop grows around it. All right, that's clay pipe. The clay pipe, also, they are not glazed. And then you can have heap of them, like as you see there, what is looking like there. Here, permit me now, since this is a class. Permit me, I know you are recording. All that you need to do is take this one and put it on top of this. Is that right? Take the next one and connect it. And then you will have the connection, you have the clay pipe. Then you fix that, bury it in the soil, and then you irrigate. You get water into it, it will normally seep. Okay, back since let's talk to you raw and direct. Okay, I don't know, but the elders may know. In those days, where you put water in a clay pot, is that right? You will notice two things. Number one, the water in the clay pot will always be colder than the normal, so the water on the surface, the clay pot. And if you take a closer look at that clay pot, you will see that over time, it looks like the surrounding will become wet. The the clay pot is not broken. The water is not leaking. But what simply happened with a clay pot, and the surface is not glazed. The one the surface is glazed is the one you use for cooking. But this one, the physics is such that with increase in the temperature around, the water will find its way oozing out from the body of the pot. That's how this system works. So these are indigenous, and I call them homestead. All right. Now, what are the drivers of the evolution of irrigation practices? Moving from the regular flooding, which we have seen, sprinkler, and then drip, and even the systems, the practices that are now common. Okay? So the key issues that drive this evolution and advancement had to do with increase in population. I mentioned that before. That the present world we are in, more people are born than the number of people that dies. So the population is increasing, and it will keep increasing. There is demand for food. Now, there is also an increased competition for water. Then you now have the big one, the climate change, the threat of climate change. And what still, this threat of climate change has also given birth to what I call global and regional politics of water. The competition has also emanated to what I call the politics of water. So all of this, now, I did mention before, you have pressure on irrigated agriculture. So the pressure requires that we should use less water and free more water for other users. So we cannot continue so much with the flooding system. I did said, yes, more than 60% of the systems of irrigation, even across the different continents, is still surface. But there is the shift is going on, and we must, especially in Africa, we must also go on with the change. That's why I started talking about the paradigm shift. And the challenge is such that we need to produce more with less water. We have to do that. And we must improve on irrigation systems. These are the drivers of the changes that we see. We need to improve on irrigation system. The irrigation must also be profitable. So we must improve profitability. And interestingly, we must also ensure that the systems are sustained. And to do that, we need irrigation technology. Now, are we following? Hey, are we following? Good. So let's come to drip irrigation technology, the innovations, right? Now, generally, you can classify the drip irrigation technology into two, what you call surface and subsurface. Surface drip systems, you lay the drip on the surface of the farm, of the field. You lay them on the surface. Just like the images you are seeing there. And you lay them on the field. This is one of our fields in Zaria. All right? And then the other is the subsurface. This time, the drip are not laid directly on the surface, but they are laid, subsurface. And then you have the different rates of drip, depending on the not job well here now. You have drip tapes. Drip tapes are generally flat. They are flat when there is no water in it, just like what you see there. Now, interestingly, these are very common in Nigeria. And they are not as, thank you, they are not as durable on the field compared to drip lines. Drip lines are tapes or drip lines, they have different thickness. You define them by microns. They have different thickness. So you need to know, and the thickness, also the pressure of flow also differs. I once visited a farm where I saw that there's a mixture. In some places they use drip tape, in some places they use drip line, and I told them, this is your system. The delivery is going to have, you are going to have an issue. You don't mix these things on the field. All right? Then you have the pressure compensating and the non-pressure compensating emitters. Some of these drip, the emitters are inbuilt. And some are non-pressure compensating. Some are pressure compensating. In other words, if you use them in different terrain, whether there is undulation or not, for the pressure compensating, the flow will remain consistent. But for the non-pressure compensating, as you are going over distance, the pressure begins to drop. And that's why some systems you end up having, once the drip line is over 25 meters, you'll get water at the upper part, and at the other end you won't get water. And worse still, if it is gravity based. So you have to know the difference. And sorry, this is just not giving me what I want. I will have been able to point, but you can see what this look like. This is a pressure compensating compared to this. This one just flows. So, and then this is how this drip compared to what you see here. So you also have now what we call multi-heads or multi-outlet drippers, like what you see there. This one has about 6, and this also, I think this is 8 multi-point. So you connect to them, and they go to different point. All right. So you have the inbuilt. You have the inbuilt, and then you have what you call the online. This one, you have the tube, and then you punch and place the dripper on top of it for that. Then you have the bubbler system. Must run. Okay, so like I was trying to explain, the pressure compensating flows, the control valve, they are actually designed, they are factory made. They are designed to give you a constant volume of flow regardless of the pressure. You hardly will have a pressure drop compared to the non-compensating flow. Now you have subsurface drift systems, and this is the mechanism. Okay, so this arises, and then they go into the drip line that is below the soil. And then the water just flow as what you see here, like this, and wet the soil. So you hardly will see water on the surface, but yet it flows and wet the crop. So then sprinklers, the ones that are common in homes, you have those that are pop-up, or what we call pop-up or fixed spray sprinklers. You have the rotary sprinklers. You have those ones, just as you see some of these images. And so I'm very much interested in this. We've done some work in this in Makurdi the other time with the Lower Benue River Basin Development Authority. And very interesting tubes, and then you just see almost like rain all over the place. And so all these are developments, involvement, and tools that are going on in some of this system. All right, for time's sake. Then you have those ones that you also use on the field. The traditional ones we know. Okay, I'm running now. We know the traditional sprinklers, whether they are rotary or they are impact sprinklers. make a lot of moves. Then you have the rain hose. The rain hose, like what you see at that end, that's a field where the rain hose just sprinkle like rain. That have been going on. Then you have the bubblers. Okay, just as you see the images for time's sake. Now, what is the next phase of technologies or innovations in irrigated agriculture is the use of greenhouses, okay, and what is generally referred to as hydroponic systems. And there are those that are based on nutrient solution, as you see the different images, okay? This operates more like a week. Again, I'm not sure this generation knows about land. Okay, let's appreciate our elders. I think they came to appreciate you in this meeting, and they need to take a break. Thank you very much, sir, for at least, they just finished a long meeting and then decided to stop over. I can take a pause. I can take a few minutes, secretary. Some of you should see them off. I can take a break. I can take just 2-3 minutes. Please don't go far. Please see them off, appreciate, and come back. Yes. Meanwhile, let's, so far, if you have questions. Is anybody with question? Somewhere you think we should roll back? Yes. Please, can you give an extra mic? We do this and wait for others to come.
My question goes like this. System you said that the water will not show on the surface, only underground.
Yes.
If there is a blockage in the drip line on the underground drip line, how will you know?
Very interesting. Okay. The first thing that will give you that indication is that you will see the crop that's at that point showing sign of wilting, while the other crops on the same system is not. But because they are designed for this underground installation purpose, the emitters are not the common type that impurities can go in and block. More importantly, you should ensure that your water source, you have good water filtering system. You have the filtration system to avoid impurities going in. Once that is done, then you hardly will have such system blocked. All right? Those who went to see them up should not overstay. Otherwise, we will just go on with the lectures. All right, question? Anybody else? Question? Are you raising hand for question?
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for the presentation.
I'm not done yet. I just was taking a break because of the people.
Okay.
Yes.
The reason why for this smart irrigation techniques, as you said, because of some challenges that we are facing,
Yeah.
the one of climate change,
Yes.
inadequacy of fresh water, population growth, and other things.
Yeah.
So that is the reason why this kind of smart irrigation system is now coming.
Yeah.
To maybe compensate the available water we have. So actually, I have seen different types of smart irrigation methods here and some different types of pipes. So, but the issue is that definitely I know the availability of water and the issue of designs, depending on the crop water requirement, I can say it, maybe this is the part that is giving, irrigation practice a headache this time around. Because anytime when you see irrigation system, drip irrigation system, or sprinkler system that is, well developed, sustained, that is working perfectly, definitely designs must be, that one must have a proper designs. So, and that is where most of the problems is coming in, whether in the department or outside the department.
Okay.
That's where the problem is.
All right.
Yes. I don't know whether you get what I'm trying to say.
No, I do, and I'm happy you raised it because I think we have discussed this some times ago when we went to Gombe. It was with you we went to Gombe. Yes. And, well, I can say it here. I have developed a training manual, which I remember shared with one of your deputy director. And then I remember also that the Cross River Basin Development Authority, the manager, the MD then also became interested in that when we met in Uyo. And we are ready to provide training on designs of irrigation and all that. That was the manual that I submitted to them. And so when you need, and I think the young professional, let's challenge you with that. We can go that direction in your next round of training. I mean, your next round of capacity building. You shouldn't wait until you have a forum like this. You should think, that's, well, don't mind me, don't let me begin to pour out now in camera what I expect from you and that I've not seen yet, but I think you can do better. So we can fill in for that. We don't lack the knowledge. We don't lack the facilities. But it is the forum to do that. So we'll leave that aside. Okay? All right. So let's go back now. I think everybody is here. No, let me now finish. I took a break because I wanted some of your leaders to see the elders who came to appreciate what you are doing. All right. So media, good. All right. So we've passed this. All right, I think then this is where we have greenhouse technology. This is about growing crop in controlled environment. It's not only about screening the crops from pests and diseases. It also gives room for controlled temperature and make certain crops that ordinarily will not fit in, will not be able to grow. Based on that environment, you can control the temperature, you can control the humidity. I must quickly say that in many instances, what we see that goes on in Nigeria, particularly, they are actually screen houses. And that is becoming the vogue now without real understanding of what should be. Because a typical greenhouse is supposed to be able to do three things. Number one, screen, pests and diseases, quite right. Then it should be able to control the humidity and temperature of those greenhouses. And then number three, for nutrient management. This is very important. And once the system falls short of this, it becomes a challenge. I know where a greenhouse was set up, and if you ever enter a greenhouse, you will notice that the temperature of the screen of that greenhouse is always higher than outside. Who has ever checked that out? Anybody have ever entered a greenhouse before? A greenhouse or greenhouse? The temperature inside will always be higher than outside. Are you with me now? Good. Permit me. In the Western world, their temperatures are generally low. So the kind of system they have is such that such system will raise even the temperature to now become useful for tropical crops. Hey, are you with me? Okay, let me say it to you in the local palace. Your maize, for example, the maize will grow. The maize will not germinate until the soil temperature and night temperatures are between 10 and 12 degrees, and the day temperature are between 28 and 32 degrees centigrade. That's when maize will germinate. Your wheat will germinate at lower temperature. That's why for example, in the northern part of Nigeria, for example, as you go further, you could grow wheat from end of November all through, and you will harvest in March. The same thing with tomatoes, vegetables generally. But if you now bring greenhouses that raises the inside temperature to 40, 42 degrees centigrade, and you are now growing vegetables and temperature, you will have a lot of flower abortion. And that's why most greenhouses, let me not say most, a larger part of greenhouses in Nigeria not succeeding. But they will succeed more in Europe, in China, and all of that because of their own temperature. Hey, is somebody with me? So the point we're trying to make is that if we must use greenhouses, or what we call greenhouses or greenhouses in Nigeria, then we must also go for crops, whether they be vegetables or fruits and all of that. They must be those ones that are tolerant to high temperature. Okay, so that science, that understanding must be brought together. Otherwise, you keep having our greenhouses failing, a lot of flower abortion, and they are not doing well. All right, let's go. Greenhouses. Okay, hydroponic system. This is becoming a vogue. This image is from Kenya, one of the islands in Kenya. I had opportunity to visit, and a lot of things, a lot of these innovations are on, and then they are growing. This is what we call deep culture system. Lettuce grown on this. These are what you call this foam, this kind of things, foams that you use to package. I think they are sterile, what do they call them? You create holes on them, and then you place them upon a body of water floating, and you have vegetable grow on them. And the CSS farm in Kefi, kilometer 10 along Kefi, I think they have this system of growing hydroponic vegetables. All right? So now, the things that are also coming into smart irrigation or smart irrigation system is using, herbs on the field. There are designs of all kinds now that are going on that can tell you, well, all that is needed is, they call them, permit me, they are used to advise farmers. You have help decks. Is that right? And you can locate with this, they can locate your position on the field and then able to advise you on what nutrient to apply, the state of your crop, when to apply water, and all of that. Those are innovations that are now coming into agriculture, and especially what you do on the fields. There are also installations that can give you, that are connected to programs that can tell you when to irrigate and when to stop irrigating. There is this Japanese, they call it electronic Kakashi, and we're part of that work in Benin Republic some few years ago, and with this on your field, that instrument on your field, all right, and far away even in Japan, they collect all the data that goes on the field and are able to send message to give advice to the extension agents that are monitoring the fields. So this could tell you the soil moisture content. Is that right? And into smart programs already, those of you who are into soil and water, for example, you can, once you know what your go back to know when to apply water and when not to apply water, and if you're applying water, when to stop applying water. So that's what this system, and that's what it simply does. So it picks the moisture content, and then because there's already a program on your handset or a program on your laptop, once the climatic data all that gets into it. It runs the program and send back information to you, apply water, and apply this volume of water. It's as simple as that. Is that right? Good. So this is how some of these systems work. All right. Then, well, use of drones. This is also becoming, and then my friend Dr. Minor will talk about these drones, robots, and all of that in irrigation. But those are innovations that goes on. And then solar powered based systems, and you have all kinds of them that involve irrigation. This was a training in Gashua that set training farmers to use the systems on their field. All right. For time's sake, the key issue is all of this system aim at doing one thing: increase efficiency in irrigation practice. And efficiencies are actually in conveyance. If you can reduce the rate at which water gets lost moving from one point to another, you'll be in for what we call smart irrigation practices. So then feed application, and that is where all of these tools now become very useful. Then water distribution. So all of this are the efficiencies, the area of concentration, and the area we must still concentrate on if we must increase efficiency for time's sake. Now, we know the efficiencies for the different systems and the losses that happens. You can rate the percentage this way for time's sake. Let me move from here. Now, a key issue is knowing when and how much water to apply on the field. And there are very interesting instruments that are being developed. Chameleon soil moisture sensors with the EMI, we had a work on this. These are some of the tools that we have used, including wetting front detector. This installed on the field can help you detect what is the state of moisture in the soil. And then with wetting front detectors installed on the field, as water gets to your field and the moisture is improved to the point where you store this, you will just see this pop out and then comes up. It tells you to stop irrigating. And these are deployed even in our fields, local. Well, I don't like the word local now. Farmers fields, and you train them on all of this. And so capacity building of farmers is just what is needed. So we need to learn, we need to open ourselves to learn, to relearn, and then even to unlearn what we have learned before. This is what we need to do, especially with the young professionals, to be able to move things forward. So a lot of teaching, a lot of training need to be done, and that's part of what we are doing here now. We expect that you go and replicate that. That's a woman on the field using these chameleon sensors. This. So you train and retrain, and they can do it. They can do it, and we can do it together. You train them, and then we get going with that. All right, so I think I should stop here. My time is done. But I must tell you, irrigation is evolving every day. Innovative tools, continuous search and research, the key to sustainability. And permit me, your own generation must rise to this challenge to advance and develop irrigation, not only in Nigeria, across Africa. Thank you. God bless you.
Round of applause. Any questions, please? Questions, please.
So, if you don't have question for me, I have question for you. So, oh, okay, good. All right, let's take the questions. And if I still have 10 minutes left, because I stopped to give room for questions, I will ask you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Although I came in late, sir. but I saw the devices displayed that the farmer can get access to. Well, it's a good thing. The technology is very superb if put into reasonable use by our farmers. But I want to say that in our local places, where we have in my own case scenario, where I come from,
Yes. Where?
farmers, Upper Niger River Basin.
Okay.
So we have farmers who have issues with Fulanis grazing their farms. These kind of devices on those kind of field, are they really safe, or is there any other ways that can be saved for farmers use?
Okay. Well, issue of safety is what I cannot give any guarantee. I cannot give any guarantee. But what should simply, why I say I cannot give guarantees, because I don't want to talk too much, but we've seen, we're working on a particular drip irrigation farm, and the system were installed, but some persons, whether out of, I was calling it willful destruction, because that is a report I raised about it. People went there, even the whole tank that is installed, the pipe, carried cutlass and cut the pipe, cut deep. I mean, so what do you say about that? Watermelon already ready for harvest. Then these guys came with machete and started slicing them, and sliced them all over the field. What can you do about that? Filters are installed, and then they just came and stole them up. So the issue of security is, but the point is, this has not been before. It became an order in the country. But I also believe that it will fade out. Are you with me? It's only for a season. It will fade out. So we should not stop our, what do you call it? Our growth, our development. We should not even be going back. We should just do our best to keep thinking how to move forward in the face of insecurity. The insecurity will fade out. That is what I can say. So let's keep thinking progressively. It will fade out. It's unfortunate that we are visited with it at this period of a year and a period of time in our own generation. But it can fade out tomorrow, and then your own generation will prepare forward. Thank you very much. Okay, there are more hands now. You have a question reserved, okay, or time is gone?
No, you can come.
Okay, good.
Your name,
then
where you're coming from, please.
Okay. All right.
People that don't know you will know. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Engineer Hassan Usman Chiroma from Federal Ministry of Water, Resources and Sanitation here in Abuja, Nigeria. My question, let me just put it this way, that I want to maybe more explanation.
Okay.
On what I
Let's
saw,
hit it. Bam, bam.
on
So
what
that
I
we
saw,
can.
on what I saw on the board, where a bottle of water will be deep inside soil, and one pipe is now impeding the bottle of water.
Okay, media, let's go there. So that people can understand what
yes,
you're asking. Yes. Give us back the slides.
Across the beginning. Across the beginning, yes.
Now, if you display all the slides, I just pick what he's talking about there. That can be the easiest way out. Come out of slide, and then display all the slides together. Then we pick what we want. Not doing what I want. But go on with your question. I know where you are talking about.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry. Let's help the others. Steve, my son is playing. Okay. We'll get there now. Yes.
Yo.
Good.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes, exactly what you said.
Water deep inside the pipe is now supplying water to it. And if you look at it, it's like one bottle to one vegetable or one crop.
You can even have more. Crop.
That's what I'm seeing here. So my thinking here is that since it is this pipe that is now supplying the water this bottle, normally we have a natural pipe that has an emitters that supply this crop with the water directly. So, but that now this water is going inside this bottle. Is it a reservoir or what? And it is only supplying for only one crop, not plenty crop. So that's why I say let me just ask this question. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to use this pipe straight without putting this bottle, and so that the water will now. So that the water will now go to the root zone directly without putting this bottle.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's explain the principle here. Now, this is subsurface system of irrigation. Are you with me now? You can have the regular drip that will be on the surface. Is that right? You can have the regular drip where the water drops at the base of the plant. That one, it will wet the surface. Are you with me? But this system is subsurface. So the hole, this is it. The hole is at the bottom. And this is already in the soil up to where you are seeing it up to this point. So this already is more than 10 centimeter. Actually, they were installed at 15 centimeter. So in this case, the surface of the field will remain dry. And it is only from here that the water goes out. Is that right? And the soil moisture content of the environment regulates the rate at which the water goes out. But the one on the surface, the water keeps dripping. It keeps dropping. It keeps dropping. Nothing is regulating it except the emitter point. But this one, when the surrounding, the moisture content of the surrounding gets wetter, the water will not come out again. It's when it is drier that the water goes out. The same thing with the clay pot. That's the principle. Yes. Yes. Like if, sorry, go back again. Okay, you can look at this that is a clay pot. You can see the number of crops that are around just one. Is that right? And you can do the same even for this, and you increase the spacing. Then you use bigger bottle. But again, you have to now do the computation. How much water can be in that bottle? Is that right? This is where now you are talking of design. These things are not done ordinarily. You will calculate how much water is in the bottle. Based on the soil type, are you with me? What is the rate at which the water will go out? And what is the distance when the water is flowing out? What is the distance it can travel? So that you don't plant more crops around it and the water doesn't get to the crop. Based on this, are you with me now? It can only take one crop. So that's where the design, that's where the science comes in. Okay, can we take numbers so that you were raising your hand or your question has been answered? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's ask all the questions together because I have less than 10 minutes. So let's take all the questions and I can respond to them once. Okay,
afternoon,
wait.
everyone.
She is number one. Young lady, sorry. She is one, you are two. Yes. Good. Yes. Yes.
Other side that you can raise nursery.
Yes, you can raise nursery on the surface, but when you use nursery first, when you raise nursery, is that right? The crop research has shown that when you transplant from nursery, is that right? The crops grow faster and better. Then when you use tray, other than the normal soil that you, when you want to remove the seedlings for transplanting from the normal soil, sometimes part of the active part of the root can get caught into the soil. So when you transplant, the plant first of all has to regenerate before it starts growing. So the shock is reduced when you use tray. And then you can pick the seedling with the small, especially when you use some fiber kind of like cocoa peat and all of that. You can easily pick with the entire material and then you transplant. So that is the advantage of using trays compared to normal soil. All right? Okay, number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beneche Michelle. I'm from Clean Nigeria Campaign Secretariat. My question is, how can one balance irrigation needs and water conservation in most rural areas that need water for...
Okay, domestic water need. Yes. Okay, that's right. And I think, okay, I wanted to respond to all the questions at the same time, but they are short and brief, so permit me, I can run through them. Now, this is actually why, okay, put straight away, the water that you use for irrigation in most instances can be 10 times more than the water that you need for other uses. That one is clear. Now, maybe to drive that home, where is this is my okay? Those I wanted to throw calculations into your head. Now, when you hear, for example, that the amount of water you need to grow maize is 600 millimeter. That is 600 millimeter depth of water. Is that right? Hello, are we here? Good. Because that is the range, that is the average, 600 millimeter. Now, think about it. That simply means, okay, 600 millimeter is what? 0. What is that? If you want to translate that to centimeter, that would be 60, isn't it? Is it? Hey, are we here? Okay, let me not even go that route, because if you can't work out that for me, then where I want to get you to now will be very funny. 60 centimeter. Convert that to meters. 0.6. Good. Now, that means, assuming this is a space, if that water is not going into the soil and that water should build up, are you with me? It should have built up 2 full ruler. Are you with me? A ruler is 30 centimeter. So 2 ruler. Okay, this is about 30 also. So this is about a ruler. This one, add another one to it. That is the level, the pile up of water. Is that right? And if it's now over a field of 1 hectare, which is 1 meter by 100 meter, what's the volume of water this time now? 100 times 0.6. Or if you want to, let me bring it home, you have 100 times 100 times 600, so that we can calculate in terms of liter now. Who gives me the answer? 100 times 100 times 600. Million, 6 million liter. Okay, convert that quickly. So that is the volume of water you will need to grow maize. Are you with me now? On a field for one season. Are you with me? Convert that to the number of, okay, divide 6. Is it 6 million? Are you sure? 100 times 100 times 600. Are we there? Good. So convert that now quickly. Divide that by 2,000. Divide 6 million by 2,000. Okay, 3,000. So which means for a entire season, you will need 3,000 GP tank. GP tanks of 2,000 liters. So can you imagine that volume of water? So if you must grow maize on the field, and I'm bringing it to a question, you can see that, and this is a season of just 3 to 4 months. Do you think in a house, in a compound, are you with me? That you, okay, in a typical house of 4 or 5 or 6 as a family, and you have a tank, an overhead tank that stores 2,000 liters of water. Are you with me? How many days do you think you require to use such in a house? Okay, let me help you. Let's go by WHO requirement. WHO says a household of that number will require, you as one person, you require 50 liters of water per day. 50 liters per capacity per day. Is that right? So a household of 6. Are you with me? How many liters do you need per day? The household of 6. Let's assume that everybody is adult. Is that right? Okay, so whatever it is, average 300 to 360. Are you with me? Follow me. So how many days do you think will be required to finish a GP tank of 2,000 liters? Six days. 1 week. Is that right? 1 week. 1 tank. Good. So if you now look at that for a month, I mean for a month it will be what? For 4 months. So bring that home compared to. So I did this to help you appreciate the question that she asked. How much water you really use on the field compared to domestic use. And that is what I said earlier, where the pressure is coming from. Say, look, irrigated agriculture, can you use less water so that you can free the excess for us to use, other domestic users? That's why you always have a lot of conflict also. For example, for animals, what is the amount of water that an animal needs, a cow, a full-grown cow? Who knows now? Okay, for time's sake, I don't have all the time anymore to go into that arithmetic for you to know the amount of water animals drink. Are you with me now? Compared to what is used for agriculture. That is over 100 times. Are you with me? This is where the pressure is, and that is why smart irrigation technology is the option. We must find a way of minimizing. I show you all the efficiencies. Minimize losses so that you can then use less to grow the crop. The 600 we talk about, that is water required to grow the maize. You could, for different climate, are you with me, is actually going to be between 350 to 450. That is water required actually that passes through the plant under what you call transpiration. But in the other percentage goes into evaporation. Usually we talk about evapotranspiration. So these are the key issues. And once we understand them and work on them, we can then use less water and release the excess for use by other water users. Thank you. My time is gone.
Round of applause, please.
Thank you. Although somebody else has one or two questions there still.
Any questions?
Have I answered your question already?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's take the two together. Thank you for tolerating the time. Yes, ask the question, give him, and let's take the other one together, and then let's go. Please do it quick.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm Nawi Henua Chidiegu by name from Clean Nigerian Campaign.
Okay.
Youth Wash. And my question is, based on the monitoring devices.
Yes.
I saw on the WFD, waterfront detector.
Yes, waterfront detector, yes.
This waterfront detector, is it being buried permanently on the ground to monitor the monitoring of the soil?
Can you go back again to my slide, if it's possible? Yes, ask your own question together. Are you done with your question?
No.
Ask all the questions.
All right. And based on what this my chairman here said,
yes,
is it being detected only the rainfall temperature or the quantity of rainfall on that farm, or is it also being detected through the bottle aspect also? Thank you.
That's right. Please, if you can. Okay, not this one now. Am I taking you front, forward, or backward? Go on, ask your question.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Professor Henry, for a beautiful talk. My question is actually very related to. My name is Gift Amazu, a copper under Irrigation and Drainage Department.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my question is related to this lady that asked first about water and the likes of it. So you mentioned while you were giving your lecture about using less water and retaining the remaining. And I have come to understand that, for example, for maize, you need a particular amount of water. So how well will you now use less water and then still have a better turnout?
That's a very good question. All right, good. I will answer you. It's just that, again, I will go into science a little. But since time is against me, we can also still talk about it. Hello, your question. You are talking of this. Yes. Good. This is actually installed in the soil. Then inside here are like just some short sticks like that are inside this. Then here, inside here, this is a basin. Inside here is a set of arrangements such that this whole thing is buried in the soil up to this point. Up to this point, there is a small place here. Then you can install them at different depths. Is that right? You can install this deeper than this. Now, when you put water on the field, you apply water in the particular plot where this is. If it's up to this height, the water is going down. When the water gets into this system here, are you with me? There is a set of, I wish I had, okay, it's not what I can dismantle here. Then it will trigger this to push these things here, pop, and shoot this up. Are you with me? That tells you that the water you have applied has reached, if you install this at 30 centimeter deep, this one at, for example, 60 centimeter deep. Is that right? So the soil is covering it. Are you with me? So the triggering of this up tells you that the water has gone down to reach that, to get to that 30 centimeter and to get to that 60 centimeter. That's how it works. So even whether rain-fed or irrigation, but this is particularly designed for irrigation because you want to be able to let the farmer know when to stop applying water. Are you with me? Good. That's how it works. I don't know whether I've answered your question. Okay. Yes, it can cover. See, you can cover this whole plot, for example, as you apply what if it's a basin. Is that right? Good. Okay, so your question, for time's sake. All right. I'm trying to look for how concise I can address your question, but if I don't, me and you can still talk about it. Okay? Now, every crop has what you call the minimum water requirement to grow and produce well. The amount of water required by the maize, for example, is different from the amount of water required by tomatoes. It's also different from water required by onions. So every crop has its crop water requirement. The crop water requirement also is influenced by the climate. So the amount of water that maize will require, for example, in lowland is different from amount of water it will require for the same maize, even in highlands. That same maize, depending on the climate, the temperature, and the all the climate, all the weather parameters. So all of them influences how much water the crop need. Are you with me now? Good. So in real irrigation design, you need to know how much water does the crop actually require. That is what also influences how what you call your irrigation interval. How many days interval should you allow to irrigate? And also influence how much water you should apply at a time. You need to know all of that. Are you with me now? But because not when you apply water in the field, all the water goes out in 3 or 4 different ways. Part of it will go deep down into the soil. That is deep percolation. Part of it will go evaporation. It doesn't pass through the plant. It is only the water that passes through the plant, which is called transpiration, that is actually the one that is beneficially used by the crop for production. Are you with me? So, what normally will happen is you could play around with all of this, ensure that not too much of the water you apply is lost to deep percolation. Is that right? Not too much of the water is lost to evaporation. For example, if you mulch the soil surface, that will reduce the rate of water that goes for evaporation. So it means that water can last long in the soil for the plant to use. Then, very interestingly, there are research now that have shown what they call deficit irrigation. There are certain stage of growth of the crop that the crop does not need so much water. You can afford to. It's like put in this way for you to understand. It is generally believed that for you to grow effectively, you should eat 3 times a day. Is that right? But it's possible to say, at a particular stage of your life, you should just eat 2 times a day. Even reduce to 1 time a day, and then just fill with some light. That's what they call deficit irrigation practice. Research has shown that for some crop, if you go deficit, the crop will not be, the production will not go too bad, not poor. So you can study that direction, and when you begin to practice all of these things I've spoken about, you will be able to produce more crop with less water. Thank you. Do you understand now? Okay. We can talk more. Yes. No, I don't understand. Yes. In other words, when you say you should use less. Okay, did you wait. You understand now. Give us back the slide. Give us back the slide. I know what she's talking. And it doesn't look as if you were in when we. So let me show her. Let me show her something. Okay, so take a look at this copper. Take a look at this system of irrigation, which is being done in most, even 60%, even as we are talking now. Up to 60 or 70% of irrigated land does this. Are you with me now? So here, a lot of water is used, far more. And we are saying, let's shift away from here. That is a campaign to use less water. Are you getting it? I know you are not coming when we started this. So this is where we are talking of. So that rather than do this, is that right? Okay? So let's shift, for example, even to, see here. Here, where the water only drips and the crop is here, or to that bottle arrangement you see. Just here. So you don't, the whole of this place, you don't wet it for a drip system. So if that's what you move to, then we say even here, this is on the surface, and you will still have evaporation. But take the pipes, let it go subsurface, as you see here. So up here is dry, but the plant root does not stay up here. The plant root is below. So wet the subsurface, you will have reduced how much water that goes into evaporation. These are the kind of stuff we are talking about.
Thank you, sir. Round of applause. That was a very educative and interactive section. Thank you, Prof. That brings us to this theme, application of geospatial system, because the irrigation method is evolving. Okay. All right. We have new people in our midst. Kindly stand up, the people that just got here. Yes, please. You can introduce yourselves, please. I don't know, from here. Thank you. Your name, your organization. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Engineer Ibrahim Abdullah Morocco from Upper Niger River Basin Development Authority in Mina.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mahmoud Musa Madaki from Upper Niger River Basin Development.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Benjamin Moses, a copper serving at Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation under Irrigation Department. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gift Amazu from ECOPA, serving at Department of Irrigation and Drainage under Ministry of Water Resources.
Welcome.
And Sanitation.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Fansha Gui from Clean Nigeria, Youth Water Sanitation and Hygiene on the CNC, Clean Nigeria campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I hope you enjoyed the lecture. It's quite educative. Adi? Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jibrin Abu.
Round introduction. Okay. All right,
from Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Irrigation Department.
Round of
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mr. Nnawuyenua Chidegu from Clean Nigeria Campaign.
Welcome.
Youth Wash Initiative.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mekanu D. Soja, Federal Minister of Water Resources, Department of Irrigation and Drainage. Thank you.
Welcome, Captain.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Engineer Professor S.M. Musa. I'm one of the resource persons. I'll be presenting my paper to this gathering tomorrow, inshallah. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Mohammed Maina.
I'm also a speaker, resource person. I'm to present my paper this afternoon on remote sensing and irrigation management performance. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ezekiel Milda from Federal Ministry of Water Resources. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Engineer Lawal Abdulrahman, Federal Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Department of Irrigation and Drainage.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Engineer Nif Achibong from Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Department of Irrigation and Drainage.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Engineer Dr. Orobio Bina Justin from Irrigation and Drainage Department, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Abuja.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Taibat Fatai, for Federal Minister of Water Resources, Department of Irrigation and Drainage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Engineer Osman Hassan Troma from Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Department of Irrigation and Drainage.
Good day, all. I'm Engineer Raji Ibrahim from Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Department of Irrigation and Drainage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibeneche Michelle. I'm from Clean Nigeria Campaign Secretariat. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Engineer Abdulkadir Dauda Aliu, a lecturer with the National Water Resources Institute, Kaduna. Thank you.
Are we done with the introductions, please? Okay, we'll be having a break for our Muslim brothers to go for Jumat. Then we'll have to reconvene in like 3. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
T. Testing. My check, my check, my check, my check. Hello, T. My check, T. Right, T. Yeah. My check, T. Check. Hello, T. Check. 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 Hello, Chi. Hello, Chi.
That one, okay. That one, okay.
Check, 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 two, 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 check, 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 two, two, two,
It's okay. It's okay now.
two, 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 check, 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 two, hello, Chi, testing.
So this one,
Hello, Chi, yeah. Two, two, check, two, check, check, check.
together. You go press and down just within. So down with the work. But this one is good, like I say, you know, go cut. Not. This
Let's see. T, testing. Hello, T. Hello, T, testing. Yeah, T.
Please, let's quietly settle down.
Hello, T.
take this as part of the. Yes, I do now. Yes, that's section 3.
This is the one you are announcing.
Yeah, I'm announcing this one now. Thank you. told that you'll be presenting the third section. So tomorrow. Okay. We're about to start. Hello, everybody. Sirok, why are you still eating? Okay, we're about to start now. We don't have time. Before we start, please allow me to welcome our amiable engineer Safia Aliu Mohammed. She's the chairman, APOEM Kano chapter from Hadija Jamar. Welcome. And engineer Mustafa Usman Kali, same. He's the assistant chief irrigation engineer, Hadija Jamar. Section, we'll be having Dr. Muhammad M. Maina from BUK. He's going to present data-driven irrigation management, leveraging load sensor and data analytics for optimizing irrigation schedules and water use efficiency. Please welcome Dr. Ahmed. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way here. Thank you. Please, let's all be seated. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
I need the mic. I think I can be quickly now, but let me try.
Yeah. Is your voice that loud?
Let's see. Yeah, let them put on. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I need no any more introduction. My name is Mohammed Maina, and you call me Maina. So this afternoon we are going to talk about data-driven irrigation management, leveraging on IoT sensors, irrigation schedules, and water use efficiency. Before we go into this presentation, because this presentation is truly for the young people. Are we all young people? Okay, let me see. I will find out whether we are really young or not. However, this presentation is going to be kind of very, very interactive. You have to teach you something. So we teach each other, right? But let me find out. You have seen the topic. I want something from you. What are your expectations? I will not tell you what you're going to learn, but now tell me from what you have seen. What are your expectations in this talk? What do you expect? What do you think you're going to talk about? Yes, quickly, please. Can someone share the mic? Where's the other mic? If you don't talk to me, I'll go back and sit down because that means the game is over. Do you agree? I should go back? Okay, someone say no. So why? Say something, yeah.
I think the focus of this presentation is shifting away from the conventional irrigation system, whereby you just apply water anyhow. Nothing is informing the amount of water you are applying. So, but with this lecture now, the water we are applying will be based on data. It will be data driven, whereby is shifting our attention towards precision farming and water and others. Maybe any other person can.
Very good. Yes.
All right. My expectation from the presentation, in addition to what he said,
use the mic, please.
When we talk of irrigation schedule, we literally mean when to apply water, when to irrigate, how much water to apply, and at what quantity to apply. So with the sensors and data, not like the traditional method of irrigation where you can just estimate or you touch and feel. So this one has to do with data and then sensors, which will tell you, which will determine when to irrigate, how much water to apply, and what quantity exactly to apply. That's
Good.
the expectation.
Very, very excellent.
I think when we intend to shift from the normal way of applying resources to our farms to the data-driven approach, I think we mean to gain something, right?
Yeah.
What is that we want to save? What is it?
The raw facts.
Time, stress, resources. Well, you can name the resources better. Water. We know water is a very, very scarce resource, right? Yeah. Energy. Yes. Any other? Yeah. Our environment, sustainability. These are the things because, you know, applying too much water on our environment or on our farms has two disadvantages. One, it destroys the environment. We all know that applying too much water on our irrigation field will result to salinity at times, okay? And also flooding itself may or may not, but mostly affects the yield itself. So it has disadvantages, applying too many or too much resources. In this case, data-driven irrigation management is by applying the right resource in the right place at the right time. You save your time, you save the resources, and you get better yield. So, much better, right? So, now that we have a background of what we're going to talk, let's look at this. Okay? Right. I think, is this thing working, please? It's not working. No, it's working. It's not the point I mean. Now, this is the presentation outlines. We're going to talk about the IoT sensors, real-time monitoring, optimizing irrigation schedules, enhancing water use efficiency, benefits of data-driven irrigation management. In fact, there is one thing that I missed it out here, but we're going to discuss, which are some AI tools that are being deployed in irrigation management, okay? So we're going to discuss some of them. There are many online, but few I'm going to share with you some so that we all be aware of. Now, we all know that water scarcity and the need for sustainable agricultural practice has driven the adoption of the data-driven irrigation management. Okay? So this sums up all that we have been discussing. Okay? All those that you mentioned about saving water, you know, allocating the right resource in the right place. It's about this. The data-driven irrigation management uses real-time data on soil moisture, weather, crop conditions to optimize irrigation schedules, which is the allocation of the right amount of water at the right time, in the right place, leading to more efficient and sustainable water use or water resource management. So basically, this is a simple definition of the data-driven irrigation water management. This is done by leveraging on those facilities, which most of you have mentioned, the sensors, the weather forecast, soil moisture data, advanced analytics. The approach ensures efficient water distribution, reducing waste while maximizing crop yield and plant health. So actually in all that we are using the IoT, data-driven issues is all to achieve this. Okay? This is the ultimate goal. And we save time. Why do we save time? We save time to go to football pitch, to go and play games. You maximize time to have time for more productive use, right? Yes, because the youth of nowadays are very, is it UEFA football? So if you save your time, you have more time, but not to go to UEFA football. Instead, you maximize your productivity. You can do 2 to 3 things at a time. What if I can save your time instead of traveling 5-6 hours or 2 hours to the field and 2 hours back from the field, which are about 4 hours? What if you can save that time by just installing an app on your phone to check your field real time, to adjust water allocation, to stop the pump without really going to the field? Okay? So meaning that you can be in your office doing other things in that 4 hours and just take 5-10 minutes to address issues in your field. Okay? So this is the key components of data-driven irrigation, which we already mentioned, the sensors and IoT device, which are the soil moisture, temperature, humidity, flow sensors that provide real-time insights into field condition. We have the weather integration focus that helps predict irrigation needs, preventing overwatering or underwatering. Okay? Other components are machine learning and AIT. Yeah, I think this is the vogue nowadays. We should not allow our work to be taken over by the programmers or developers or computer scientists. You're also a computer scientist. Every one of you uses computer. And most of the real developers nowadays are not even a computer science-based student. Okay? There are people from different professions, but they have to learn the programming language and coding, and then, in fact, you are the best person to develop a product that could be deployed in your field. A computer scientist doesn't know what is evapotranspiration. He doesn't know what water use efficiency. Okay? You know it better. So what is your difference? The difference is he can code, you can. So it's easy for you to learn the coding than for a computer scientist to go and learn, irrigation terms. Am I making sense? Yes. So you can take over. And it is not something so kind of rocket science. Programming nowadays have become very, very easy. Okay? You can learn it online. So there are many institutions offering free coding academies. Code Academy. Okay? There are some Python and all this stuff. They are free. There are a lot of videos. You can start from scratch, and within no time you become a professional in that field. And if you learn that it is not only to be used in your professional field, you can also deploy it in other areas. So I think I encourage you to do that. Take over that as a challenge. Automated irrigation systems, smart controllers, adjust water delivery based on sensor feedback and weather condition. Okay? And then remote monitoring and control systems. Farmers and land managers can oversee and adjust irrigation via mobile apps, cloud platforms. Okay? Now, most of our information are in cloud. We all know, do you know cloud? Cloud computing. Okay? Cloud is, everybody is in cloud now. Your email is in cloud, your work is in cloud, everything is in cloud. If you have this, your phone, most of your data is in cloud. All your contacts are in cloud. Okay? So cloud computing is assisting us so much that you can integrate systems through cloud computing and deploy them to do a particular task for you. So this type of these components, bringing them together, can do a lot and can save a lot. Machine learning and AI, which is the predictive analytics, optimize irrigation schedules based on crop type. Now, we know how AI is developing now and it's still evolving. There are many issues attached to it, but we cannot run away from it. Whether you like it or not, in one way or the other, you are using AI. You're using AI. So, deploy AI in your irrigation management. Because the coding I'm talking about, when you learn to develop a product through coding, chances are you develop a product that can learn. And that is what we call the machine learning. You feed in information, huge data, and the machine can learn from data that it will be able to predict or to be able to identify some patterns that can think. So the machine can think on its own and bring out a result for you. And that's what we have AIs in our computer, on our systems. Gemini, ChatGPT, you have it on your phone. DeepSeek, oh, very powerful. DeepSeek. Are you using DeepSeek? Right. Who else is using DeepSeek? DeepSeek is one of the most versatile AI tool now. It's a deep learning model. Okay? But there are many things associated with it that is not known as developers. So things are coming up very fast. Please harness them and use them to your advantage. Okay? Sorry, check this thing, please. I don't know what's wrong with it. Okay, can someone control this slide for me if this wouldn't work? Okay. Right. So, data-driven irrigation management has some benefits. All we are doing is to conserve resources, water conservation, saving cost, better yield quality, and even plant health, environmental sustainability, and much more. These are areas that we gain when we deploy data-driven irrigation management. In terms of water conservation, it reduces waste and prevents overuse of limited water resource. Yes, water resource is very limited. We all know. This morning, I think when Prof. Harry was explaining, to give you an idea of how much water is needed, for a particular hectare of land, into millions of liters, okay? And for one season. And you have to do this maybe twice in a year or thrice in a year. And this is continuous. So we know that water is a scarce resource, and harnessing them requires a lot of effort and resources. So conserving them, meaning you gain, right? Saving costs, lower operational expenses by optimizing water and energy consumption. Getting the water to the field is not just by wish. You need to do something. You must provide, most of these tools, most of this equipment, he presented, like the sprinkler systems and even drip to some extent, the gun sprinkler system, all need energy. You need energy, you need a pump, and you need energy to power the pump, either through solar energy or national grid line, or using a generator set to power the pump. Yet you need to spend a lot to be able to get that energy. So, increasing yield and quality. It ensures crop receive optimal hydration for healthy growth. Applying water at the right time, in the right place, ensures the plant to grow without any short of water at any point in time. And that gives the plants opportunity to grow healthy and produce optimal yield. Okay? At times, you may have in neighbor, you grow the same plant, the same crop, the same approach, the same soil type, yet he receive or he harvested a lot, more than you do. So what's the difference? The difference in the management, right? Part of the management, if you are using irrigated, is how do you apply your water? If the water becomes too much, it's a problem. So also if it is too small, it's a problem. So what the plants need is the optimal supply. That at any point, the metabolic activity of the plant is happening. Because any shortage of water will now deprive metabolic activity, and then growth stop. The cell multiplication stop. The plant becomes stunted. And if this water scarcity persists, it's become to the wilting point, and ultimately it's going to die. So monitoring that, you need to know the evapotranspiration of the plant, that you apply the water to meet up the crop water requirements throughout the growth stage of the crop. Every stage may have different crop water requirements. However, in each stage, especially the reproductive, the vegetative and reproductive stage of your crop, needs serious attention to ensure that there is enough water and supply of nutrients. Then lastly, the environmental sustainability. This minimizes soil runoff, runoff pollution, and groundwater depletion. I mentioned issue of salinity, because when the water is too much, it results, if the water has some level of salinity anyway, it results to saline environment, which is also detrimental to plant survival. Erosion, well known in many irrigation farms, too much apply, but this applies only to surface irrigation. Because for drip and sprinkler, we don't expect to design to the extent that there will be runoff, isn't it? So it only applies to surface irrigation. And nowadays, surface irrigation, even though it's still the most irrigation system, yet it's not sustainable. Huh? Am I talking? Surface irrigation is not sustainable. Yes. But we don't have option because it still cover more than 70% of our irrigation, or more than 70%. Am I right? It's still surface irrigation. But it's not sustainable because of the high demand of water. Because that high demand of water, okay, I think he's taking me, let me open it for you so that you understand why it's not sustainable. Thousands of years ago, irrigation is one of the most oldest technology by mankind. Is it true? Now, if you check, the early irrigation technologies start around Egypt. Now, if you go to Egypt, you find out that there are thousands of hectares that are barren. You cannot cultivate it, even if you have the water. Why? Because of thousands of years of irrigation, salinity has already rendered the field barren. It's completely saline. Now, I used to say this, that if you leave the world as it is, as the way you meet it, if you cannot improve it, but don't destroy it because of future generation. So, if we understood that this is a practice that is not sustainable, what do we do about it? Now, it is not easy to say, okay, let's abandon surface irrigation as at now. You dare not say this, even to our seniors. So we still practice, but young professionals, you should know this at the back of your mind if you can innovate, because it's about innovation. If we can innovate to produce the required amount of food using different form of irrigation that is more sustainable, that's better. So that our future generations will come and meet the world better than we met it. Okay? Now, the danger of rendering thousands of hectares of land uncultivable, especially due to salinity, it is capital intensive, or let me say prohibitive, to revive a saline land. Take 1 hectare of land and you want to revive the salinity. You know how to change the saline soil to a productive soil? Okay? If it is salinity, then you need to, wash, like cleaning the soil by washing it. It's flooding. You leach down the soil, the salt with huge amount of water. And if you have ever calculated the leaching requirement for a soil, 1 hectare will require how much water? Now you can imagine how much water you need for thousands of hectares to revive the salty soil back. So it's something that we dare not. It's better we approach our operations sustainably. Even if you are using surface irrigation, there are ways that you can control the amount of salt that goes into the soil. Okay? For those of us in the river basins, you think about that. And let's approach our soils responsibly. Now, the benefits, as we said, increase water efficiency by delivering the right amount of water at the right time. Water usage is optimized, reducing waste, saving water. Improve crop health and yield. Plants receive the right amount of water at the right time, leading to increased vigor and yield. Reduce operational costs. Data-driven irrigation can help optimize water usage, reducing energy consumption and other operational costs. Enhance water sustainability by optimizing water use. Data-driven irrigation can help to conserve water resources and promote sustainable agricultural practices. These things are easier said than done. Okay? What's happening? Yes? Okay? We said these things are easier said than it's done. So, next. So, optimizing irrigation schedules. The irrigation schedules, as we all know, applying the right amount of water in the right place, in the right time, and the right amount. We use smart irrigation schedules, which are designed based on real-time and historical data to optimize water delivery. But in developing those, now, for those who may be interested in developing the apps in the future, these are the things you take into consideration for your app to serve as irrigation schedule, app for irrigation schedules. By the way, if you develop those apps or AI tools, you can market them. Okay? You can market them. ET-based scheduling, which uses climate and crop-specific data to estimate water needs, soil moisture threshold, which triggers, okay, the threshold, because you need to have the threshold. That is the minimum amount below which the plant need more water, right? So you need a trigger that can start your pump or open the flow for water to go into your farm. So the thresholds, which triggers irrigation only when moisture levels fall below the critical point. And then the machine learning, or the AI, artificial intelligence. I think we talked a little bit earlier, but we can't exhaust this because it's a very wide and very evolving area now. It predicts crops' water needs based on past trends and environmental conditions. The AI is just a machine. You create a tool that has power to learn. You teach the machine how to recognize, how, to understand, and then reply with something. So meaning that the AI, have the models embedded in it. What are the models? They are the models we are used to. We know them. If we have the predictive model like regression models, artificial neural networks, support vector machines, these are models. They are mathematical models that have been used, right? We have been using them in different approach in our schools. But these are the models actually used by AI developers. These models, when you train them with your data, okay? The simple example I can give you for this support ANN, artificial neural network model. Most of us are on Facebook, right? If you open your Facebook and upload a picture, a group picture, you see the Facebook will identify your face, right? To identify the faces of all those in the picture and bring out their names. This is artificial intelligence. And this type of AI is being used in security and in many other things. So I'm just giving you an example of how you can train a machine to identify, to recognize, okay? Because this knowledge is used, the same knowledge is used to identify a stress crop. You can use your drone and run the drone over your field and then feed it into the artificial neural network model. And once it's been trained, it can recognize a sick plant, meaning a stress crop, whether by disease or by moisture deficiency. It will recognize. You may be thinking that, why do I use drones? Yes, because maybe you don't have a big land. If you have 1 hectare downwards, well, maybe you can go around and check your field to see how your plants are doing, right? But by the time you have 100 hectares and you say you want to check whether to see all your plants are doing well, I think that's going to be a very difficult work. And if you don't do that, if you don't check, out of 100 hectares, maybe somewhere at the middle of your farm, 1 hectare is already down, almost dying, and you don't know. Because where you are is where the plants are doing good. So that's the importance of using either the space sensors to capture the image and bring it for you. You can feed it into some algorithms, and then it can tell you this side is okay, this side is okay, but there's a problem somewhere. So where there's a problem, you specifically go there, maybe to verify and see what type of problem. Is it that there's a problem with the pipings, water doesn't reach the area, or there's a manifestation of disease outbreak. Everything is possible. So you can quickly address the issue before it gets worse. Because if you lose 1 hectare, 2 hectares of your crop, it's a big loss. Okay? So we take no chance when, monitoring our fields. We take it serious. Remote control and automated irrigation system. This agile schedule dynamically use of IoT sensors and feedback. Like I said, there are many apps online nowadays that you can deploy for your field. Those apps, you can install cameras, okay, in your farm to monitor, and while you connect it to your phone, you can also install sensors to monitor, like soil moisture. Also, you can monitor the evapotranspiration of your weather, automatic weather station. All can be connected to your phone. Then this technology seems like new here, and the application is not very widely used. However, 10 years ago during my PhD, I rarely go to my research field. I used to receive my data in my room on my phone 10 years ago. So it has been in use in many places. And really, results have been obtained. So I think this is the direction we need to look. I can understand there are many farms coming up now, especially the greenhouse, the net houses, and so on and so forth, using drip systems, sprinkler systems, micro sprinkler, and the rest, so on and so forth. Even the hydroponics and aeroponics, and lot are coming up, even in Nigeria today. There are many companies that are flagging up this type of farms, and they needed all this technology. If you can provide something that could help them, to address some of the challenges they have, I think they'll be willing to accept that. So these things are not new. However, it is relatively new here. Who are the drivers? Who are those that will front, this development, will bring it, to the front line for the investors and farmers alike to invest and use the technology? Okay, so this is our responsibility as irrigation engineers. Irrigation engineer and its allies. Because you are here because you are either an irrigation engineer or you are an ally to irrigation engineer. Okay, so let's work together. Yes. Yeah. Now, evapotranspiration-based scheduling. You cannot create a schedule for irrigation without considering evapotranspiration of a plant. Because we are talking about saving resources, applying the right amount of resources. So water is the key here when we talk about irrigation. So we apply the ET-based scheduling which optimizes irrigation by matching water delivery to plant needs. How do you do that? You need to know how much water plants need in a day. Every plant has its own demand for water. In a day, okay, in Abuja, maybe let's say Abuja, the evapotranspiration in Abuja and its environment, maybe 6-7 millimeter per day. How many millimeter per day? Those that are here. What's the evapotranspiration? Average evapotranspiration for Abuja. No one. Who are those from the ministry? These are things you need to have at the fingertips, at your fingertips. There are data that are related directly to your field. No one could answer that except you as irrigation engineers. Now, if you ask me in Kano, I will tell you it varies because it's very hot around this month in Kano. So evapotranspiration can go as high as 9 to 11 millimeter per day. Okay? Around August, it comes down to 5, 6 millimeter per day. Okay? So as it varies, if you have a farm, have a plant, you also supply your water based on the demand. So meaning that you need to have your reservoir full of water around March, April, May, because that's when the demand is very, very high. Yes, demand is very, very high. So how do you know the plant needs and how much? You need to calculate the evapotranspiration. How do you calculate it? You need to have your weather station, okay, to collect. Either you use pan evaporation or you use weather data to estimate it using Pan-Monthly, okay, or any of the ET models. So you need to specifically know this because it's not about thinking or maybe, no, you need to estimate it specifically because that's what the plant needs. And that's what you're going to supply to the plant. No more, no less. Okay? So, this plant needs, like I said, is calculated from ET, which is the combined loss of water from soil and plant surface, leading to the efficient water use and potentially higher yield. So, if that is the case, then ET is a very serious matter. Evapotranspiration, we have been hearing since during our undergrads and up to now, you have been hearing about it, but it's a very serious matter. It's not, you cannot, just brush it away and thinking that you are doing irrigation scheduling. You have to come out clear on this. And then your plant will be lively, with vigor, actively growing, and now how ET data is used in irrigation scheduling, right? ET measurements, various methods are used to calculate ET, including weather data, the temperature, humidity, solar radiation, wind speed, and sometimes specialized sensors or ET models can do that. Now, there are sensors that have been calibrated that can give you ET direct. So you don't pass through all these rigorous Penman-Montiel equation or maybe use some crop walk to calculate the ET. Instead of that, you can directly record evapotranspiration from the sensor. Okay? Now, how do you calculate the water need? The ET values for hypothetical grass surface are adjusted based on specific crop and its growth stage to calculate the crop ET. Now, this is a very, I can say, mean. The statement is it's not explicit, but there are a lot of things here. Okay? We calculate the ET based crop growth stage. This growth stage is very important. If you're applying precision agriculture, it is not precision if you can apply the same water at planting and at the mid-time and also towards maturity. So it's no longer, okay? Because there are times plants need more water, at times, and there are times you need to reduce the supply because it doesn't require that much. Okay? So The irrigation schedule, which is when you have the ETC. ETC is evapotranspiration of the crop. Once you have the potential evapotranspiration, you multiply by the crop factor to give you the crop evapotranspiration. Every crop has its crop factor for evapotranspiration. All right? So there are constants, they are there in some literature. You don't need to go and calculate the ET itself. ETC guides irrigation decision, determines the frequency, duration, the amount of water to apply based on the plant's water requirement. So I think we talked a little more on irrigation scheduling, ET. Let me just pause a minute and hear from you how much you have learned, or what are the questions that is bothering you regarding what we have said so far. Yes? We'll take the... Okay. Please, let's discuss, because this is something, there are many things attached to it. We don't want you to come for this talk and then just go with some theoretical arbitrarity. Let's go to the bottom of it. Let's discuss it seriously so that whatever is being mentioned here, you know it. Not just you heard about it. Okay? Yes.
I must commend you, sir, for a very fantastic presentation, sir. But based on machine learning and AI, predictive analytical to optimize irrigations, I have a question there. You know, I deal with farmers directly on the field, and most of our productions does not come from these big main farmers. It comes from the farmer from the sink areas. So in terms of AI, just to advise local farmers to practice the best agronomic practices on crop productions, they find it difficult. When you're telling them to apply the fertilizer 3 times on maize crop, they don't even have the money to start that with. And talk more of applying AI to their farms. And they contribute to the highest percentage of crop food production in Nigeria. The other one is surface irrigation. You made mention that it's not sustainable. Well, I have my reservations. In the river basin where I worked, I've managed for like 500 hectares of land, which was designed for sprinkler irrigations. And I can tell you, at that time that field was designed for that surface irrigation, diesel was sold for, I think, some kobols of naira that time. And the engines that were imported that time for the application of water to the field through the sprinkler irrigation were imported, and they are gigantic machines who can power a whole lot of towns in Nigeria now. So at that time, farmers could afford to galvanize their money to power the engine. But in a short period of time, when the price of diesel jacked up, in fact, till today, that thing has not wake up from the coma. And the automated irrigation system, well, let me allow you to respond to those 2 questions I raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very excellent question. I really appreciate your view, because he is talking from experience. He's in the field. Now, the first question, he has left. So, to who am I responding now? Okay. The first question he asked. We should hold on. Okay, if there is another question, yes, yes.
Okay, my question is, in a place where there is high mass of vegetation, where you know all these thick grasses, what's the solution to with the remote sensing? How would they look at their crops properly and all of that? The second question: how frequent can one use remote sensing?
The first question is where there are tall grasses, right? How would remote sensing work? The second one is how frequent do you use remote sensing in monitoring your field? That's right. Actually, remote sensing, if you're using drone can fly up to 1 kilometer above the surface. Okay? So I don't think there's anything that can block the movement of drone. That is one. Because when we say remote sensing, is you are, though we are going to tomorrow's training on remote sensing, but information from distance. That's what it means by remote sensing. Okay? So we use drones actually to acquire the information, okay, from distance. That is one. So there's no problem with that. Secondly, how frequent do you apply or do you use remote sensing or drones to monitor your crop? Okay? When you have a field, depending on the field, but like I said, if you have big land, you don't need to be going around every time. Okay? So it's just like, how frequent do you use to go and visit your farm to check? Okay, that's how frequent you can use your drone to take image of your farm, because the drone will take the image. It's just like you visit the farm to check. Okay? So it's not about every day or once in a month. You can't visit your farm once a month. Many things could have happened in your absence. Okay? But from time to time, when you think I need to see the condition of my farm, when you are drawn. Okay? Is it clear? Yes. My friend, I wanted to answer your question when you suddenly, peep out. Your first question regarding you're working with people that are not, they are small peasant farmers, running half a hectare, an acre of land, and then even the little technology you are trying to deploy, they couldn't take it, talk less of the modern technology of using AI and so on and so forth. Well, this talk is not for them, and they are not here. This talk is for you, because we want to have a crop of young people that can take over the farming system, if possible. The farming system we practice. Look, in US, 5% of the population feed the nation. Not only feed the nation, they feed the world. So we are not saying the way we are practicing here, I think it's not the right way, if I may say. But people have to do, because in one way or the other, people have to feed themselves. So they go to farm, they want to feed themselves, and they don't have any other thing to survive on. But actually, in the real sense, we are not supposed to be practicing this type of farming. We are supposed to practice a large-scale farmer, full industry. Okay? And I don't know when the revolution will take place, but I think farming will look at farming as a business, not as just for sustenance, as what is happening right now. We look at farming as a business. You run a company of 1,000 of a hectare, 2,000, 12,000 hectares. Okay? Planting different crops, fully automated, fully mechanized, and so on and so forth. And then we have industries that will take up your product and process it, so that all that we have been using here should be coming from within our farms. Okay? So maybe we are looking at a different level. The idea, I think, if I may understand the thinking of the organizers, is they are looking into the future. It is not about the practice today, but henceforth, we begin to change the narratives. And the narrative, the change of narrative begins with you. That is my answer to question number 1. Number 2, I also agree with you, but partially, I disagree with you when you said you disagree with me. We can disagree with each other. It's normal, right? He disagrees with me, and I disagree with you. Now, but we can come in terms. We can meet halfway, somewhere. But try to understand me. I said, surface irrigation is not sustainable. I'm not the one that said it. You can Google it. For any sustainable irrigation, you won't see surface irrigation. Google for any sustainable agricultural practice. You will not see surface irrigation there. Okay? Because of the 2 things I mentioned. Because surface irrigation, consumes a lot of water. If you look at the water budget, those in water, 70% of water resources, fresh water resources, goes to agriculture, 20% to domestic, 10% to industry. Is it not the budget? That's 70% that goes to agriculture. Budgeted again. How many percent is used sustainably or is used efficiently by either drip or sprinkler? Very small. Majority of that 70% goes on free flooding irrigation. Okay? I've given an example of a place where the entire, I think you can also Google, in Egypt, most of the land that has been abandoned, due to salinity. But thousands years ago, especially far, far back, 2,000 years ago, people were farming there. People were farming there. But nowadays, you can't because it's full of salt. And reviving a large-scale salty soil is cost prohibitive. I don't think you try that. If you have alternative, you just leave it. And that's what happened. So what I'm saying is that it's not sustainable. You are talking of our irrigation in Nigeria. How old is our irrigation here? Is it up to 100 years? No irrigation scheme in Nigeria out to 100 years. And we are talking of 1,000 years. So what we are saying is the environment, we are conserving the environment. We want sustainable practice for our future generation. No one knows how long the world will last. So don't destroy the environment. Okay? While we produce to live on earth. So this is just my point. I'm not saying that we have to stop surface irrigation. No. Surface irrigation remains the major. It's about 70 to 80% of irrigation system are surface. And it's contributing a lot to food security. So I'm not saying that, but we should practice it sustainably. And if possible, we replace them with sustainable irrigation practice. Okay? So, can we move on? Or any other question? All right. Okay. Taiba, right? Yes, Taibat.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question goes like this. In a situation when you don't know transpiration of your location to give water to your plant, can you use hours or minutes to give water to your plant?
Okay. Any other question? What she's saying is that in case, oh now, this, evapotranspiration, she's difficult to pronounce, right? Evapotranspiration, in case you don't know the evapotranspiration of the area. So how do you schedule? Is that what you mean? Yes. How do you schedule? How do you know how much water the plant needs? Okay? Well, this is a very tricky question. You must use evapotranspiration if you want to give precise amount that the plant needs. However, where you don't have that, most of our farmers that are doing irrigation, it's based on experience, right? They observe there are many techniques of checking when the plants need water. For example, you can use the soil moisture test, okay? You can also check the plant stress. Look at the leaves, plants need water. So by the time you observe this for a series of days, you should be able to now say, okay, I need to irrigate my farm every 3 days or every 4 days or weekly. Okay? Based on I'm talking about based on the experience. However, it's not the most precise way because we are talking precision. So if we are talking about precision, we don't have space for that estimation. We need precise value. Is it clear? Any other question? Yes.
Okay. I just need clarity. I remember when we started, you mentioned one of the benefits of the sensor and the data. And one of the things you mentioned was, it saves money, it saves resource, it saves money. But then with what you are saying and explaining right now, we will need a mobile phone first of all, we will need a drone, and then you will need the app. You need somebody to have worked on it. And I personally think all of this thing requires money. So please tell me how all of these things just saves money instead of doing the normal irrigation. Thank you.
Okay. I think you are kind of, is it business oriented, mind? You are looking at the money. But I think this is, you need to take your mind from the immediate to a long time. Practicing precision agriculture or precision irrigation will definitely save you money in long term. It's just like applying all these drip systems, sprinkler, they have initial capital, high initial capital, to start it. But down the line, it will pay back the money and you even get profit. Yet, it's sustainable. So, if we just want to be realistic, for you, if you want to go into farming, it is not because of farming. Now you have mobile phone. How did you get it? Because you know you are getting something from that. That's why you try and get money to buy the phone. Okay? So if, pardon? You spend money to get money, right? But buying drones, buying, what again? All the devices that you need to practice smart irrigation, they are, if you are practicing, take for example, you have 10 hectares of rice farm. Those in river basin, how much can you get from 10 hectares of rice farm? Just rough. How many bags, and then each bag how much in terms of monetary value? So you can do the math, okay? And then we can work out to see whether we need to apply any smart driven irrigation or not. And what it can do. Will it help in any optimizing your income? Okay? Now, I know now with the current situation, the pardon? 45 million from 10 hectares. 45 million. Okay? That's for one season. At the rate of 80 bags per hectare. This huh? So for 10 hectares, for 20 hectares, you have 1,000 bags. And 1,000 bags, 45 million. Averagely, at a very low price. So you can see, now you have 45 million in just one season. And you can grow rice how many times in a year? 2 times, moderately. So, I don't know which job you would take. I'm not saying all the 45 million is this, but let's say your profit is 30% of that amount. It's still a challenge that at your age, if you join any job, the starting salary, I don't think is something that you can compare with this. But if you decide to say you not take any job and you want to set up this farm, you ask government to give you land, and then you go to Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, you get a loan, and then you start off this business. And then when you are investing this kind of investment, it is nothing wrong. How much do you pay for drone? Drone now it's a few, even $1 million. Will not be even up to $1 million now. You get a drone, okay? A phone, okay? 500,000, you get a very good phone. So you are good to go. They come with iPad. So I think when you want to go really into the business, these are things that you need to have it. You cannot cultivate up to 10, 20 hectares of land and you don't deploy technology. Because, like I said, 10 hectares, you can't be going around that field manually. You can't be going there manually. Okay? And it depends on the type of crops. There are some crops, within few days, a disease can sweep out many hectares within 2 days. I remember in 2022, we cultivated about 30 hectares of sesame. You know sesame? 30 hectares, it's a very big area, right? The following year, we did about 1,000 hectares. Sesame. In Nigeria here. Now, what happened was there was a disease outbreak somewhere inside the farm. And just 3 days, we didn't fly our drones. In 3 days, it's nearly 1.5 hectares of just collapse. Sesame is very sensitive to any disease. It will just collapse, and once it collapses, it's dead. You see, so before we could quickly, even that, we were able to arrest it quickly, went and sprayed the area, and then that's the end. It stopped. It's a virus disease. It was spreading like a wildfire in the night. So you don't, had it been we don't have drones, we could have lost much more than that. So when you are investing into this type of business, you don't take all opportunities, technology-wise, advice, whatever thing, to protect your investment. So we are not talking about 1 acre by peasant farmer or this. We are not talking about that. We are talking about the real business, okay? Which is what we hope you guys will promote in the future. Can we go back to presentation, sir? slide. Now, the soil moisture thresholds, specifically critical soil moisture thresholds, define when plants water stress occur, impacting plant health, water availability, and even climate patterns. So the critical moisture signifies the point at which evapotranspiration, that is water loss from the plant and soil, become limited by soil moisture availability. So the critical or the soil moisture threshold, this is the amount of water below which we can no longer, with the plant, we need to irrigate. Okay? So this is the threshold. And for the threshold of soil moisture is a very important issue because the soil moisture is declining constantly. That is, after irrigating, the soil is at saturation, later at field capacity. I hope I'm talking to engineers, go? So you understand my language. Field capacity. From field capacity, the water is constantly declining. So the graph, okay, is constantly declining. Now, at what stage do you irrigate back to field capacity? That is the threshold we are talking about. You don't allow it to go beyond that threshold. Otherwise, the plant will stress. And if the plant stress for 2 days, later you irrigate, you may think that, no, it's okay. It's now there's water. No. The plant is also constantly multiplying its cells and producing and growing. Okay? All the metabolic activity happens. So whenever the threshold, it passed the minimum, the metabolic activity stop. And once it stops, it will affect the yield later. Or pave a way for disease attack. Because sometimes when there's a water stress, then it's give a way for many of the virus and bacterial disease to attack the leaves. Okay? So, next. Now, earlier we talked about the AI and machine models, I kind of brought it, but let me talk a little bit on it. The models that can predict crop water needs by analyzing historical data, environmental factors like weather, soil condition, even satellite imagery to optimize irrigation strategies. Now, we have been talking about the soil moisture, the environmental condition, right? Now, you can also obtain those soil moisture by satellite imagery. Okay? Tomorrow we'll talk much more on that. The satellite imagery, you can obtain the image of the surface, feed it in a model, and then determine the soil moisture, whether it's 70%, 80%, 20%. Okay? By that image, you take decision whether to irrigate or not to irrigate. Okay? Not only the soil moisture, you can also analyze for many other things like the disease outbreak or even 10 minutes? We still have a lot to talk anyway. Now, this leads to a better management and increased crop. The machine learning can predict irrigation water requirements based on the study of your evaluation process through collected data, determine the soil moisture variation over time. And the soil moisture content can then be used as an indicator of when, how, and how much to irrigate. Next. The remote control automated irrigation systems. This enables efficient water delivery to crops and landscape by allowing the user to monitor control irrigation from remote location. These systems use technology to optimize water use and improve plant health. These are embedded on your phones that you can, operate from a distance. Okay, next. enhancing water use efficiency, drip irrigation, sprinkler systems, deficit irrigation, rainwater harvesting. These are all techniques. Okay? You can take note of anyone that you don't understand, so you can ask questions we discuss later. Yes, next. Yeah, the drip irrigations, I think Prof have said a lot on this. So next. So also the sprinkler irrigations. Okay. Yeah, but the thing that I will add on this sprinkler is the variable rate irrigation sprinkler. You know, if you observe the picture that was displayed, the irrigation, the sprinkler is sprinkling constantly, right? Good. Like the center pivot, for example, you know, it can apply the water based on the needs. Okay? Based on the needs. First, the image of the area will be taken and then feeding into the model and then send it to the actuator. Now the actuator now will initiate the irrigation. It will irrigate, and when it calls the area where the moisture is high, it will stop irrigation, or maybe irrigate small. It will irrigate based on the need, based on the moisture content of the soil. Okay? So it is not just like uniform application. No. It will apply here, small here, more here, you know. So this is variable rate application. This technology is used in many agricultural practice. Applying fertilizer, variable rate applicator. In applying pesticides, also you can use this technology. They are very, very important because it's using AI, okay, to identify where it needs most. And all this is to reduce resources. Imagine 20 hectares of rice field and you just spray fertilizer anyhow, everywhere, whether it needs or not, you know. And each bag of fertilizer, you spray 40 bags of fertilizer, under which if you use variable rate, if you use informed decision, maybe 10 bags or 5 bags may be enough. Okay? So you have saved about 10 to 15 bags, you can imagine. So this is talking about saving cost. Next. Yeah, irrigation with variable rate technology means delivering water to crops in need and amount they need. By adjusting water based on soil moisture, crop type, crop growth, farmers can reduce water stress and optimize plant growth. Okay? Deficit irrigations. Irrigation, they know the meaning of deficit, which is a strategy that intentionally, you know, you deprive, you know, you withhold supply of water intentionally, but without consequences on the yield. Okay? Rainwater harvesting, we all know this. You can do rainwater harvesting in your farm, okay? To collect rainwater, and then you convert them to, or even in the house. You can collect it in the house and use it in your garden. These are all this. Next. My time is, and we still have next. Yeah, we have now come to even now the main topic. All that we have been saying is just periphery. Now, the Internet of the Thing, which refers to the network of physical devices, vehicles, appliances, and other subjects embedded with sensors, network connectivity, allowing them to collect and share data. So by integrating the IoT, sensors, optimizing irrigation schedules, and water use efficiencies, farmers can enhance crop yield while conserving water resources. Right? I think we discussed this earlier on. Next. The IoT sensors optimize irrigation schedules, efficiency strategies are kept sustainable, enabling real-time monitoring, precise water application, and reduce water through data-driven decision-making. So to optimize irrigation schedules are based on real-time data collected by the IoT sensors rather than relying on traditional fixed schedules. Okay? But like my friend said, that
those farmers, they don't have the capacity to use the IoT. How would they irrigate, Yeah, based on their experience, it's still okay. But okay, next. The real-time monitoring, which we use, the soil moisture can be weather sensors, the flow meters, plant-based sensors, all these sensors to monitor plants, soil, and the facilities. For example, those monitoring the pipe leakages or pumps, there are sensors, and also the flow meter to give you the amount of water supplied through the pipe and so on and so forth. So this can be real-time monitoring, meaning that you can monitor from your mobile phones. Next. The sensors, which is the TDR sensors, have 2 or 3 metal nodes in parallel, then inserted in the soil, a pulse electromagnetic wave between them. The time taken for the wave to travel back from one road to the other indicate the charge storing capacity of the soil and volumetric water content. That is when you are using TDR to measure soil moisture. Next. IoT sensors, the backbone of smart irrigation, drives the embedded across the agricultural landscape to collect granular real-time data. Type of sensors: soil moisture sensors, weather stations, flow meter, water stress. These sensors communicate wirelessly and continuously feeding real-time data to general systems or cloud platform. So these are gadgets you install in your farm, and then you can go. They keep monitoring your farm and feed you back with information. Based on those information, you take decision, the right decision. Next. This is plant-based sensors, work on the concept of plant biosensors, where soil, water, atmospheric, plant response are integrated. Sensors that detect plant signaling molecule can reveal when crops are experiencing too much light or heat and attacked from insects or microbes. Oh, this is a very smart sensor, right? Next. The weather sensor next. This is well known. The flow meters, okay? If you're using drip or sprinkler irrigations, you need a device that measures the amount of water flowing through it. These are the flow meter technologies to choose depending on measurement application, maintenance requirements, and budgetary terms. Okay? Next. The remote monitoring. Remote monitoring in big systems, even SCADA systems are used, which is the supervisory control and data acquisition system, which is a computer-based monitor control industrial process by gathering real-time data from sensors and machinery, enabling remote management and automation for big investment in agriculture. You can deploy the SCADA systems. SCADA systems are not only used in agriculture. There are many Dangote refinery has SCADA system. Many industries have SCADA system that can be monitored remotely. Yes, next. Remote monitoring, they have track and analyze data from remote location using sensors, communication network. This include monitoring equipment, performance, environmental conditions, systems. The remote control ability to actively control and adjust remote devices or process from the distance. This can involve turning devices on, off, adjusting parameters, or triggering specific actions like opening up the pump, closing the pump, and several other activities that can happen in the farm. Yes, next. Components of this. There are sensors, there are communication network, there are central computer system, actuators, and user interface. For you to deploy the real IoT, which you can use on your phone and then turning things to work, you can use either sets of computer systems. You have the wireless gateway, the communication system, and the instrumentation, where you have the sensors that can measure the level, the pressure, and so on and so forth. This is where you have a very complex hydraulic structures for your irrigation systems, like drip systems or sprinkler irrigation. So you can have all this in place, and the communication networks which transmit data to the central monitoring station or control center, where it's being processed, can be taken.
Now, for the control computer system, this process analyze data, provide interface for human interaction. For the actuators, which carry out based on data received and instruction from the control. And then user interface, which use the monitor control system. User interface, you can create it in the form of your software that you can communicate with all the gadgets, in your arm while in your office. Next. Now, this is one of the popular AL tools in irrigation management. We have the CropX. Take note of this. You can try them. Some are free, some are not. But if you want, you can try them and see how it can be used. This CropX, it uses soil sensors and AI to monitor soil moisture, temperature, and EC, electric conductivity. And then the key feature is real-time irrigation recommendation. It auto-generates irrigation maps, data integration from weather and satellite, best for farms looking for plug-and-play soil-based precision irrigation tool. So, I'm giving you a business opportunity. You can go and market it if you have this. And if you don't know how to connect it, come and talk to me. Next. Now, there's another one, NetBait. This is by Netafim. You know, Netafim is one of the world-class irrigation firm. How many irrigation firm you know? Huh? You don't know? Netafim, Gen Irrigation, Nand and Gen Irrigation, Toro Irrigation. These are, when you talk about irrigation, these companies, they are the, did you hear any company from China? But China is slowly taking over now in terms of producing irrigation facilities. However, these companies have made names. Okay? They have made names. The Toro is US based. The Netafim, Israel. Gen Irrigation, India. Okay? So this, next. So NetBeat is a dynamic irrigation, fertigation, and crop management. Then there's a hydropont weather track. It's just for smart irrigation control. It uses real-time weather data and predicts. So it's a weather-based scheduling, leak detection, flow monitoring, AI-driven optimization. It's based for commercial landscape and water district. Yes, next. Then there's the Arable Mark. Arable Mark combines climate smart device with AI dashboard to monitor and optimize crop conditions. Key features of combines weather, crop, soil data, irrigation alerts, crop stress detection, predictive yield insight, and is based for farmers looking for to link irrigation with crop productivity and climate. Okay, next. Then there's one IBM Watson decision platform for agriculture. What it does is a full-scale platform that uses data for precision farming. Key features are soil moisture forecasting, irrigation and crop health prediction, real-time dashboard and alerts. It's best for enterprise-level operations, integrated farm management. Not only for irrigation, integrated, whether livestock and next. Then there's a Rapid RR by RAP Technology. What it does is an AI-based platform for scheduling irrigation and detect inefficiencies. It's for real-time and predictive modeling, works with existing irrigation systems, focus on optimizing water use efficiency, best for growers with existing infrastructure who want AI upgrades. Okay? I think that's all. Next. So there are open source and DIY options. If you are looking to build a customize your own, those who are interested, I'm talking to you now. You can use this API, Open API plus SoFlow, combine weather forecasting with machine learning models. Arduino, you know all this now. Arduino, you can use that to develop your own mechanism. Okay. Arduino, Raspberry Pi, plus soil sensors, plus AI models for DIY precision irrigation system. You can also use Google Earth Engine. This can be used for large-scale geospatial data analysis and irrigation modeling. Okay? So this, I just give you this as a, but there's a lot. Anyone you picked, you can make a company out of it. Yes, next. Now, Conclusively, integrated IoT sensor intelligent irrigation system and efficient water management techniques enable smart agriculture. So by leveraging on the real-time data, farmers can achieve higher productivity, sustainability, and resilience against climate change, securing more efficient future for agriculture irrigation. I think we have come to the last presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Any question?
Thank you very much, Prof, for a wonderful presentation. But apart from we, the young professionals who are maybe in the field and we are aware of what is going on, the concern is how can we take the advocacy to the farmers out there? I know most of us, we are just, maybe we started practicing and most of us are not that farmers in that large scale. But the real farmers are out there. How can we cascade the knowledge down to them and convince them to adopt such kind of innovations and technologies? Because these days, due to so many factors, the farmers don't even look at this direction we are looking into. During the break, we were discussing with my colleague how those farmers are not even, because even based on the availability of water, they just see that the water is always available. So they don't have to waste their time, employ this technology, go to drip, because they have been farming for years and yet it has been giving them results. Even in the water conservation, some of them don't feel, because the water is there, anytime I need it, it's there, it can serve the purpose. So how do we take the advocacy, create the awareness for them to even see the need to conserve the water and then adopt this technology in order to change the narrative in the way they practice their agriculture? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is a very important question and very decent. So I will refer you to upstairs. You know, we have downstairs and upstairs. So we are at downstairs now. Let me refer you to Prof. Harry. He has been in the field. He's seniors. He's very versatile in this, working with farmers. This thing. So I think he is in the best position to give you that answer. I will also benefit.
Let's stay together and do it together. This is not upstairs, downstairs matter. But the point he has raised, now, I will answer you in three ways. The topic and the discussion here, he had said something which you didn't take note of at the beginning. We are not talking of these technologies now for my father and your father as farmers. They will never appreciate this. We are talking about paradigm shift. We are talking about a revolution, if we like, use those terms that your generation like to use. We're talking about a scenario where when you start farming, you can't do it the way your father did. Said in the US population is over 400 million people. But less than 10% of that population are into agriculture. And they produce crops that feed the world. Are you with me now? So how do we move to that generation where you have less people in farming? It is now in Nigeria, in Africa, almost 60 to 70%. Are you with me now? Are within the farming family. But we need to move. And this is where these systems are necessary. That's why I kept saying, if you have 100 hectare, you will have to be looking for how to drive around the whole place. Can't walk. You need technology, and I think that is one direction. But the point you raise is also very germane because you are looking at the immediate. This is let me not go into history. This is, we are talking about immediate. Are you with me now? You are working with farmers. They can't, so to say, appreciate this. So now, you are now tasked with the responsibility of translating this, for example, to the level or to a way that the farmers can comprehend. Are you with me? Hello, I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying here. And it is translatable. Very easy to translate. How? Number one, by you practicing or demonstrating. Let me use that word, demonstration. You demonstrate what we are talking about. And those are the things we do on the field. Some of the pictures in my presentation, those of you who are here, most of the pictures are field pictures. What you do is go to the farm where the farmers are. A few years ago, we were in Alkamawa in Kano. Set up the field in their midst. Bring them there and we keep talking. But don't go there with the mentality that they are stupid. Because that's where the problem begins. Don't go there with the mentality that you know it all. That's where the problem begins. I always say that somebody who has been doing something for 40 years and is working for him, if you are bringing him something strange, it's difficult for him to easily just change. What do? Set it up, doing it together, bring them, show them how to do it. In fact, learn from them. I remember my experience. When we got talking, one of them, I said, where did you learn all this thing from? But when you came, you didn't tell us that you know how to do this thing. No, I didn't come to tell you that what you are doing is wrong, but I've come with an idea that let's go. And then I put my own beside your own. You'll be seeing me doing my own. You keep doing your own way. By tomorrow, you will see that, and they cut it quickly and they learn quickly. That's the approach. So go to them, demonstrate your new ideas, make them see how this works, and you can be too sure that it won't take long. They are going to, please let me take this off. They are going to begin to adapt. Today, at least in those, even the Kano State government went into our pipe irrigation technology. They went into it. Gashwal up to Damaturu, going with ICRC, drip irrigation is becoming a thing that even the government are buying materials to give to them using solar and all that. So don't think that they cannot. Stay with them. Show them what you are doing, but never make them. See, let me say this again to you. I've always said it. The fact that somebody cannot read and write in English doesn't mean that he doesn't have sense. English is just one language. Are you with me now? He has sense. And he can learn in any way. When we did, okay, we just concluded an excursion on the drift aid. Who was there now? He was there. So we had a manual. I think I have 1 or 2 copies in my bag. We had to translate to English and from English to Hausa and Fulfulde. For which those farmers, I felt so sweet having them. If I show some of the pictures, the farmers don't mind sitting on the ground. They all sat around. And then you have a teacher sitting in their midst, reading and trying to explain the content. I mean, they pick up. Please try it. Did we get it?
Thank you very much, sir, for that very versatile. Oh, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Hello. My question is in line with what you just said. You mentioned in a developed world, for example, America, just 5% feed the whole country and even the whole world. And I believe that those farmers were subsidized for them to start up. Because when we're talking about this smart irrigation, the major problem is startup. So now the question is, how do we advocate to our government to subsidize for young farmers that are about to take over now to set up and practice this smart irrigation system?
Okay, thank you very much. I need two people to talk on this. One, independent young person who is not into irrigation, and the other one who will represent the ministry or government. No, I'm not saying you are government, but I just assume you are government. Okay? So, he raised very vital issues on even the initial capital to start up this kind of business, farming business, huge farming business, just like the US. Yes, in developed worlds, government subsidize for farmers. There's no doubt about that. However, at this training within our domain, what can you do? What do you think we can do? That is one. Two, already there are farmers that are practicing this large scale. My friend was expressing skepticism about adoptability of this type of technology. Is that so? But I want to tell you that whether we are in the practice, apart outside the classroom, Prof. Harry was trying to share his experience. There are farmers, very big-time farmers in this country. Only that their numbers are very, very few. They are very, very few. And there are already using technologies. Didn't I tell you, I told you we grew about 130 hectares or even up to 500 hectares of sesame. It's in this country. It's in Jigawa State. And we have all the technologies. The drones are there, everything. It's fully mechanized. And sesame. So, is it different from the 300 hectares in the US? It's not different. So, it's an individual farmer who wish he want to invest in this, and he already has a market for it somewhere. It may not be in this country, but he has a market for it. So, the most important thing is identify it as a business, make the appropriate investment, look for market. Get your market before you invest. This is very critical, so that you don't produce and then no one to buy. Okay? So, coming back to your question, I think I've answered part of it, right? Okay. I want those in government. I don't know what in the ministry or in Ministry of Agriculture. I don't know what is happening there because I'm not in your every year budget. Are you pushing for the paradigm shift in the way and the approach of our farming system from this subsistence farming to a full-time business, large-scale agriculture? I don't know. It's going to be slow, but I think necessity is the mother of invention. By the time we see some people who are very successful in it, maybe others will try to copy. But like he said, you need assistance from government. I know previous government and maybe this government have been giving out agricultural loan support to farmers. However, the way Nigerian things are going, we do things our own way. We are copying the Americans for the large-scale farming, but we are now copying them in terms of the assistance, the loan. Because the loan goes to the politicians, and it goes to the chief, the village head, and then the farmers don't even see it. So I don't know. How do we change the narrative? Yes.
Thank you for your question, my friend. Sometimes we call determination. If you are determined to do something, you surely get to somewhere. If by the time where we keep talking about government, that shift that we are trying to do, we may not even get it. You need to create awareness by yourself. This irrigation that we are talking about, you don't need to start in the bigger way. You can start it in a small scale. From there, you create awareness. People will start come and see, what is this? You will start explaining. When you explain, people see you are creating awareness. By the time when it's gradually going, the government themselves that we are talking about, they may like to come and see what you are doing. A critical example in that CSS, there is a CSS farm along Kefi Road. I think my professor is one of the contributors for that CS. So farming is number one issue, is determination. Develop interest. And have it in mind that farming is not only mechanization, it's not only you have different type of farming. You can go to hydroponic, you can go to aeroponic, you can go to so many ways that you can create awareness. And when you get there, there's one of my sister, when I presented design of hydroponic irrigation system, she presented the crop aspect of it. I think my professor, I thought that she would be here, but unfortunately maybe they didn't extend the invitation to her. You that asked that question, you will see it practically. Nevertheless, I'm encouraging all of us to make a total change, like my boss, my presenter mentioned, a kind of revolution. You have to take a total change, shift. Now, when we talk about where will you get the money, or where will you get the capital intensive to start that project? The capital intensive cannot come from central bank. It cannot come from central bank. You look at your age. If I tell you that even me, when I find myself in the government, this thing possibly is a waste to me. If I enter into farming for long, by now I will have been a millionaire. Of course. Bag of ginger, how much are they selling a bag of ginger presently? It's almost 800,000. The dry one, then the fresh one is 500,000. So if I enter into the farming and lucky enough, maybe the disease did not affect my ginger, what will I be today? I'll be a millionaire. Need capital intensive to start. So these are the things. You need to start something. Even this fishery that we are talking about, you need to start small. Gradually you create awareness, you get there.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much for that explanation. We hope that you still pursue your dream. You get the money so that you enter into ginger business but don't be afraid of the disease of ginger. You know, it's under control. You can use technology to control the disease. Okay, any other contribution? Yes. Thank you, you're welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Please, I want to contribute my quota on these things. We said, how can government come in this issue? Actually, we are from the ministry, and some of us we are staff. We are also working in the ministry, so we have little experience on these things. So actually, there are some agencies and organizations that used to send some letters to the ministries, you know, showing their interest in some things. Maybe they want to, you know, they want to have, or they want to have in certain places. Just like some months ago, we received a letter. I can't mention from where the letter came. So the letter said they want to intervene and they want to use the existing infrastructures we have. So our own is just to mention which project and which project they are going to use the existing infrastructure we have to intervene for us to have for us to achieve the food security, national food security. So where the places that we're supposed to come in is that maybe we can come in to help the farmers with the pumping machine. If they need fertilizer, agro input, something like that. So if these agencies and organizations can now come, we can now tell them that there are some other things that they also need to come in and help farmers. Maybe farmers can get some, this kind of drones we have and other things that we mentioned. If they can come in and maybe supply with this thing to these farmers, and maybe with training how these farmers can now use this kind of equipment and achieve their own productivity. So I think we can also do that one. And also, we are preparing our reports, and definitely maybe in the reports under observations, we are going to also capture things like this and submit it to our own directors, maybe from our own directors to the PAMSEC, maybe up to the minister. So if you are lucky enough, something like this can move. That is what we can do.
Thank you very much for that contribution. We have two more contributors this side. Quickly, I think, do we still have time?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening once again. I think further to what my friend just said, another approach is going the PPP way, which is the public-private partnership. So I think there's a department in the ministry, which is a public-private partnership department. And I can recall there was a certain time some investors showed interest in some projects. So, but if we need to be sincere with ourselves, deploying this technology, like you rightly said, sir, is not for a farmer who is just operating on a small scale. So it's not for peasant farmers. So if we must adopt this technology and we want to sustain it, then it requires a project which is operating on a large scale. And if government is not ready to intervene, then the ministry must pursue vigorously, partnering with willing investors who can actually invest in irrigated agriculture. That's my own contribution. Thank you. And even the river basins.
Thank you very much. Next. We've taken note of that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Based on what my brother here asked, how can someone that has not done the business or agricultural farming raise the money for us to start? Well, in my place, there was a time Ministry of Agriculture and some initiative, some NGOs, we are doing empowerment mainly for farmers. Now they went through the king, chairman of the community, to know real farmers and people willing. You show them your acres of land based on their requirements. If you show them, they can ask you now, if they give you the product, after everything, if you sell it back to them, or you want them to sell the stuff to you. So after, based on the negotiation, now they can empower you, either by money or giving you those products to farm. In time, they will come and monitor you. After everything, either you bring it back to them, now they pay you. For instance, they are selling it 100,000 per bag. Then buying it from you now, they might buy it at rate of 70,000 naira. You still gain because they are the one that empowered you. So start doing, in a way of doing that, you can now raise your own to continue ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last person.
Good evening, everybody. Since I overheard when somebody mentioned that they are taking down 1 or 2 contributions back to the ministry, so personally, I have plans of going into agriculture because I actually studied agric. So I'm suggesting personally that I think one of the ways government can come in is to do a 50-50 share. For instance, I want to go into farming, and what is required of me is 1 million. I have 500,000. So government can bring their own 500,000 as well as their own workers. We will both, is a suggestion. We will both do this, our agricultural business together and see it to the very end. And at the end, we will now divide it, the profit into 2. I'll take 50 and the government will take 50. When I'm able to stand on my own, they can now leave me to actually fund it myself. So it's a suggestion. Thank you.
Good idea. I think they have taken note of it already. Also, PPP. I think you've heard of PPP. This is a good initiative for those who, also the outgrowers, they are doing this kind of collaborative this thing. So I think with this, we have come to the end of today's presentation. I have one more presentation tomorrow on remote sensing irrigation performance. I want to thank you so much for your time and for your patience. And honestly, you guys are wonderful. I've learned a lot from you. And I'm very happy to be with you this evening. That tomorrow will be one again. So with that, thank you so much. And
thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And your questions are well noted. So we'll all go for lunch, but not here. Directly opposite, there is, I think, Tamia Hall. There's a hall there opposite. That's where we'll be going for lunch. So lunch is ready. Let's get it up. Thank you. No. From there, we are all going. We are done for today, but let's endeavor to come early tomorrow. We need to start early. No, there's no dinner after dinner, just lunch. Even though it's late, but let's go for lunch. Thank you. This room over here, directly opposite. Thank you. Please, let's try come early tomorrow. No, just go now. Be the one to lead. Please, let's go before the food gets cold. Thank you. So we can